100%. So just so you know, this is going to be recorded, and it's just recorded because we can look back and watch it, just like the previous ones have helped you. So it can help you. So official introduction. So it's 10 past, so we're gonna start. Thank you very much, guys, for coming in today. My name is. Oh, sorry, I'm not sharing my face. Um, yeah. So thank you very much, guys, for coming in today. My name is Dr. Awosanya Yusuf, co-founder of Daytopia Mentoring Network, and I'm guessing you all know what we do here already. So I'm just gonna skip that. So anyway, today is an interesting day because today is the first day of the Daytopia University Tournament, and what that means is we are going to start with the full energy, right? So nobody knows what the table is like at the moment because we've not gotten any points. So I'm guessing everyone is coming with that energy. And usually, what we have with the face off is the fact that it's a debate. So it's always very interesting because of the light-hearted banters, and it's always fun. So I'm looking forward to this one. At the end of your presentations, you're going to, at the end of everything today, you are going to get your results. And like I said, we're going to also give you feedbacks anyway. But at the end of the day, the person or the team that has the most points between the two teams that have gone against each other will get the 3 points. If it's a draw, you get 1 point each. And we put it on the table. And at the end of today, you see what the table is looking like, where your team is, and you will get feedback on what to do better for the next phase coming up next Saturday. Anyway, that's everything, and I'm looking forward to today. Just before we start, I want to confirm the mentors are good to go, and then we can confirm. Dr. Ejimake, are you okay?
Yes. While you're doing that, let me just also use the opportunity to welcome everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. But I think this group you guys are a little bit too stiff for my liking. Come on, like we always have fun in our leaders group, but apparently you guys are a bit too stiff. So please relax. I'm sure that after this week you understand the need for us to also have fun while doing it as well. So we're not just going to keep studying and keep working, we're also going to have fun and build relationships while doing it as well. So welcome everybody. I wish you all the best. I'm rooting for everybody.
Yeah. So I've just confirmed from the mentors group we are good to go, and the first team can start their presentation. So we have for the very first team, the first group, we have Lautech. Very first, I think this is the first time we're having the Lautech in Ladoke Akitola University of Technology at Daytopia. So you guys are very welcome. Actually, it's also the first time we're having Oye Ekiti, so Federal University of Technology Oye Ekiti. So our first timers are going to be. Oh, Dr. Ichimoke, I don't think I like this because why are you putting first timers? But anyway, the first timers are going to be the first to battle for the 3 points. So Lautech and Oye Ekiti. So Lautech, are you ready to go?
Yeah, so we're going to have Lautech go first. They will have their first 5 minutes. And then afterwards, Oye Kitty will have their 5 minutes as well. And then the banter will start.
All right, great. So is Lautech and Oye Ekiti here to start with?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Lautek,
Amazing.
Team Valoye.
All right.
Lautech, welcome. Oye Ekiti.
Good afternoon, sir. Oyekiti is on the call, sir.
They are here.
Okay, great. All right. Yeah, you guys have the floor now. I'm going to stop presenting and then you guys.
And we'll switch off our cameras as well so that we want all attention to be on you. We don't want you to get distracted. If you want to use your camera, that's absolutely fine. You can switch that on. And if you don't want to, just try and introduce yourself with your face at the beginning so that at least we can know who's speaking, and then you can switch it off afterwards. All right, you can start presenting. The moment you start presenting, your time starts.
Good day, distinguished facilitators, judges, ever-attentive audience, and debaters. Proudly representing Ladoke Akintola University of Technology, Lautech, Ogbomosho, is Team Valor, comprising of finalists from the Department of Economics. My name is Olakmisin Olaoluwa Fidelis, and I happen to be the team lead for Team Valor. And with me, I have Ajao Tejumola Precious.
Good day, everyone.
Also, I have with me Olagbinde Emmanuel Mayowa.
Good day, everyone.
And last but not the least, I have Fadia Esther Bisola with me.
Good day, everyone. We stand firmly on the assertion that vocational activities are more beneficial to a child than sporting. Imagine a world where every child becomes a star athlete. A beautiful dream, isn't it? But reality tells a different story. Only 1 out of 1,000 ever make it professionally. Now imagine a world where every child owns a skill they can use anytime, anywhere. A skill that puts food on the table, solve rewards problem, and create opportunities. That's what is possible through vocational activities. This is why we stand firmly to support the motion that vocational activities are more beneficial to a child than sporting activities.
Expressly defining our terms, the child is legally defined as every human being under the age of 18, according to the Article 1 of the United Nations Convention. UNICEF also supports this definition and further states that vocational activities are practical learning experiences that are designed to equip individuals, especially students, with specific skills, technical abilities, and hands-on competencies required for a particular occupation, trade, or career field. Vocational activities focus on preparing learners for the world of work by combining theoretical knowledge with real-life work-related practice. Vocational activities include arts and crafts, fashion designing, smart designs, cooking and catering skills, coding for kids, and also playing of musical instruments. On the other hand, sport is a human activity involving physical exertion and skill as the primary focus.
Two children, same street, same beginning. Chidi was the golden boy of the football. Teachers adored him. Neighbors bragged about him. People said, "Will be the pride of the community, the one who will make it big." Meanwhile, Emmanuel was the quiet one. No applause, no cloud. After school, he would sit in a small wooden kiosk, learning welding, panel beating, and fabrication work from my old uncle. People mocked him. They said, "If they do dirty work like this, see your mate, he will become star." But Emmanuel kept learning. Life moved. At 17, disaster struck. During a local match packed with shouting supporters, Chidi fell on the stage. A big tackle, a torn ligament, doctor said. No more competitive football, just like that. His entire future ended in 1 second. The applause stopped. The supporters disappeared. Coaches stopped coming to the house. His dream collapsed and nobody could rebuild it. But Emmanuel, that same year, he finished his welding apprenticeship. He started making burglaries, gates, signboards, and repairs. Money began entering his hand faster than he ever imagined. One hot afternoon, something unforgettable happened. Chidi stood outside Emmanuel's workshop, asked him if he could work as an assistant, just to earn something to survive. Then that same dirty skills people laughed at became the same skill that saved the life. And the same sport people worship could not save its own champion. To correct you, child labor is different from vocational activities.
Sports may entertain the body, but vocational activities empowers the future. Sports may end with age, but skills stay with you for life. Sport teaches teamwork for winning a game. Vocational skills teaches teamwork for surviving real life. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you very much. Okay, that was the first 5 minutes. Oyekiti, you can present now.
Okay, that was actually very short. That was 3 minutes 50 seconds. You still had about 1 minute that you could have used, but that's absolutely fine. All right, elevators, are you ready? I would help you project your slides now.
Okay, thank you, ma. I'm waiting for the slide, ma. Thank you. Good day, everyone. We are Team Ethiopia, a team elevator from Federal University of Ekiti. Presenting today is Ayola Grace, Adekiton Luatufumi, Uluwagbamila Erelua, and Omotayo Axis. We are here to support the topic which says sporting activities is more beneficial to a child. And sporting activity is more beneficial to the child. Our agenda today, we are going to be looking at what a sport is, who is a child, forms of sporting activities, and how they benefit a child. We also have sporting activities as a means of healthy living, sporting activities as a career, and benefits of sporting activity. What is a sport? According to the Association of Applied Sports Psychology, sport means all form of physical activities which through casual or organized participation aim at expressing or improving physical fitness. So for us to engage in a sport, we have to exert our physical strength. We have to put in abilities. It helps to build a foundation, a solid foundation for whatever we are doing in the future. There are various forms of sporting activities. We have football, we have hockey, we have basketball, we have martial arts, to name a few. Who then? So now looking at the bedrock of our topic today, we are looking at the impact of these two activities on a child. Who then is a child? According to Wikipedia, a child is usually defined as a person between birth and puberty, or between the developmental period of infancy and puberty. So then we know that a child is somebody that is growing, somebody that we can groom. So childhood now is now a period where we can form a period of indoctrination and a period of becoming. So this kind of period needs things that can create a future that we need, a future where everyone wants, a future where every society is good. So the sport provides that kind of background. It provides the kind of layout for that kind of building. How does childhood work? Childhood is a very critical and developmental part of living. It is that stage where you can indoctrinate a child, where you can build the necessary foundation for the future that you want. Or you want the child to be healthy, you want the child to have critical thinking skill, you want the child to have the right cognitive senses. It is that time where you can build it. According to NYC.org, physical activities and other activities contribute to the cognitive development of a child. And during childhood, we build biological and environmentally, we have the cognitive development, and we have the social and emotional development. Forms of sporting activities, we have ball games, and which teaches us teamwork. We have the individual sports, which teaches discipline. We have combat, which teaches self-defense. In our country here in Nigeria, insecurity is one of the major topics of the day. So a child who has been equipped with martial art skills will have the necessary self-defense skill to even promote himself as he grows. Even people around him, he can protect them from any harm. We have the track and field sports, which promotes stamina and power. We have the recreation, which focus on exploration and physical fitness.
Sport as a career choice. In this part, we'll be focusing on an athlete. Who is an athlete? An athlete is an individual who participates in physical abilities at a competitive level. They possess exceptional abilities, skills, and often undergo rigorous training to excel in their chosen sport. Types of athletes: we have team sport, which e.g. soccer. We have individual sport, e.g. tracks and we have swimming, we have golfing. We have professional athletes. Then we have example of child with a successful career in sporting activities around the world. We have Sky Brown. Sky Brown, this is a British Japanese skateboarder and surfer who won the bronze at the age of 13 years at the 2020 Summer Olympics. We have Alina Zakitova. She's also a skateboarder who won the gold medal in the ladies figures skating at the 2018 Winter Olympics at the age of 15 years. We have Tiger Woods, a 4 years old who started his sporting career at a young tender age, and since then have been one of the most prominent golfers around the world.
Benefits of sporting activities. Sporting activities offer varieties of benefits, holistic developments, which out obesity. Reduces anxiety and also reduce pressure. Which a child would need when a child definitely grows up. Sporting also helps with discipline and resilience. There's something that's known about sporting. Sporting requires perseverance. Sporting requires hard work. This discipline and perseverance, this discipline and resilience as a way of helping a child to grow. We also have some long-term benefits aside the holistic benefits which are all around. Long-term benefits like building a foundation for an active lifestyle. Lifestyle of a man is determined by how the childhood was. So if a child is participating in sporting activities as opposed to vocational activities, there's a level of lifestyle, there's a level of commitment, there's a level of dedication, there's a level of determination that he would have had in itself. Then transferable skills. The skills and the perseverance learned from sporting can be transferred to other aspects like career aspects, academic aspects, and it can also improve cognitive functions. We have a couple of countries that take sporting activities very, very importantly, like Portugal, Spain, Sweden, Holland, Norway, Finland, Italy. So in summary, we do acknowledge the fact that vocational activities are quite beneficial. But for a child, sporting activities has way more benefits because it provides a strong base for future learning and success in any field, even in pursuing vocational pursuits. Thank you for listening. We are Team Elevators from Federal University, Onyekiti.
Thank you very much. I'm going to stop sharing. Right, guys, we're going to quickly go into the banter. We're going to start with the first thing, which is Lautech. Again, like I said, we've talked about this already. So Lautech, you can start. I'm only going to stop you when you are taking too long, but I would allow you guys to have that free conversation and free banter between the two teams. Right.
Okay. One of the points that my opponents mentioned right now is just that sports open children up to international careers, open them to a world of professionalism in sports. I want to tackle that point. Now, sports can lead to international careers. That's correct. But according to research, only 1 to 2% of sports players become professionals. International sport is not built in ordinary school fields. It is built in expensive academics with world-class facilities, something that most students don't even have access to. But when we consider vocational careers, they are everywhere. Fashion, tech, catering, mechanics, graphic design, photography, cosmetics. In fact, they don't even need a lot of glamour. A child does not need a lot of glamour for him to venture into vocational skills. So these skills lead to real employment and entrepreneurship, not just uncertain dreams. And we have this data that is being displayed on our screen is a data from the NCAA, which shows the percentage of students that move from high schools to become professionals in different sports. So we have the people from the men's basketball, women's basketball, football, baseball, and a lot of sports like that. And as we check the chart, we see that the percentage of people that move from being sportsmen in high school, by the time they get to the to professional, the percentage has dropped drastically to the point that it is even less than 1%. So this shows that yes, sporting activities provides international careers, but it is a slim opportunity. But vocational skills provides international careers to children that they can use both locally and globally. Thank you.
Can we go now, ma?
Yeah, keep going. No interruption. Like I said, I won't interrupt. Just keep going.
Thank you, Tim Lautek. I want to take note of something. You streamlined our presentation to the only career path. You see, sporting activities provide more than the career path. That is just a part of what we have discussed. So now we also noted that sporting activities provides a foundation. It is the bedrock. Childhood is the bedrock of everything that we do as we grow, even as we grow into the future. You want to go for a professional, you want to be a professional in your career. Yes, it depends on the kind of childhood you have. And sporting activities help to build the kind of childhood, the kind of foundation that any child will want. It takes a healthy lifestyle, a healthy living to be successful in any career that you'll be going to. So for you to be, say, you are successful in all those your careers, you have to have the right foundation. And sporting activities provide this right foundation. It leads to cognitive thinking. It helps to build your thinking. Let's take for instance chess. When you play chess, your thinking ability, your thinking capability, it increases. So now as you do those things, it provides a very solid foundation for you to say, oh, I want to take a vocational skill. If you are not strong, if you don't have the right stamina, there are some vocational things you cannot be successful in. You just take it and drop it. So the sporting activities is the bedrock. It gives you that kind of childhood, the kind of foundation that you need to be successful in whatever you are taking into. And it also helps, it's a form of early living. Yes, you might say sporting activities is a play, but it gives you the right stamina, the right things that you ought to do as you grow in life. And it is not even only limited or streamlined to children, it is streamlined to throughout life. And as for the careers, yes, we have a lot of children that have successful careers. My teammate has given you an example. You can go through that too. Thank you.
In addition to what my partner has said, what we're speaking about basically on sporting versus vocational activities is which is more beneficial to a child. Our opposing team have seemed to streamline our points to which just speaking about the career part, which basically relies more on adult aspects. Because the career part, international football, global football, is basically what for adults. Though we have some sports under this, under that are not for adults basically. But the career part, which was streamlined by our opponents, is basically about it. And all we are talking about is which is more beneficial to a child. Sporting activities as a way of building a child's communication skills, building a child intellectuals when the child is still young, so that when the child eventually grows up, it can help in other areas of life, not basically the career aspect alone. So what we are basically emphasizing on is, as a child, sporting activities will build a child more and better than vocational activities. Thank you.
I respect the position of my opponent, but I would like to offer a different perspective to this. Fine, if sports truly builds a foundation, why does it collapse the moment a child loses, gets injured, or even grows older? Now we are looking at which is more beneficial to a child. Fine, sport can teach a child how to think, sport can teach a child how to build teamwork, how to build resilience. We are talking on survivor, we are talking on a large scale dependence of the child. If sporting activities teach a child how to think, taking for example chess, it is not enough if the ability of thinking cannot be channeled into productivity. We are looking into something that brings about not even about the productivity of a child alone, but at the long run, the national productivity of the nation itself. Thank you.
Okay, to add to what my partner has said, in our introduction, we made a particular statement that says sports may entertain the body, but vocational activities empower the future. Sports may end with age, but skills stay with you for life. Now, when we look at this on a ground scale, when we're talking about a child, we have to look at it in two different ways. We have to look at it in the short term, and also we have to look at it in the long term. In the short term, in the sense that how the benefits that he has, the benefit that he has to the kid, to the child, to the parents, and the society. And in the long term, the benefits that the vocational skills that a child learns as to the general, to the macroeconomy at large. So now, in the short term, vocational skills also help in improving the cognitive ability of kids. It helps in improving the cognitive ability of kids. And an example of this I would like to point out is the example of Jeff Bezos, the CEO and founder of the worldwide Amazon global store. Now, one of the things that he said in one of his autobiography was that he learned something great from his grandfather, Pa Lawrence. He said something. He said his grandfather possessed the skill to do almost everything. That is, his grandfather hardly was the one that would call a plumber when the pipes are broken. He's hardly the one that will call the carpenter when the woods are creaking. He's hardly the one that will call a mechanic when the car is faulty. What's the lesson that he learned from his grandpa was that he tried to do everything by himself, which was a skill, and that influenced Jeff Bezos so much. Now, looking at it, Jeff Bezos is one of the global CEO that is known worldwide. That is one of the advantages. That is one of the importance of the of vocational skills. Thank you.
Yeah, I would like to put something in. Opposing parts still streamlines our part of discussion to career. He made a statement. He said, sporting ends with age. It is career that ends with age. One also mentioned sporting ends when there's an injury or this. It is career that ends when there are injuries, when there are stuff like that. We are speaking about the impact and the effect of sporting activities to a child. And we are speaking about the skills it helps the child build. You did mention that skills could be helpful. Skills like communication skills and intellectual skills could be quite helpful. We are not streamlining and just taking this to a career aspect alone, which I see that my opponents has tried to picture that's not what we are doing. We're not speaking about career. We've mentioned a couple of career ends, it ends with age, this and that. It definitely doesn't. Sporting activities, I know vocational activities are beneficial, but sporting activities helps the child generally in the aspect of what building the child's health, reducing anxieties, reducing depression, boosting the mood, boosting morale, and that. So I wanted to reemphasize and reiterate that we are not speaking about the career when we're talking about sporting activities. We are speaking about sporting activities generally, could be indoor, could be outdoors, and the effect and the benefits of sporting activities generally to the impact of a child growth. Thank you.
To support what my colleague that said it's only a person that is healthy that can do well vocationally. Let's take for instance a person with autism. You cannot expect that person to be successful in any vocational activity. So it takes you being healthy, it takes the right mind, the right thinking, the right psychology for you, the right emotions, ability to control your emotions for you to be successful in all these things. Jeff Bezos, like you have said, yes, he has the ability, he's rich. But do you think if he had a bad childhood, a childhood that was not balanced, do you think he will be successful up to this point? Thank you.
Okay, now you said we are streamlining. Okay, let's take it on a broader scale. You mentioned certain countries that encourage sportsmanship for kids. You mentioned Norway, you mentioned Spain, you mentioned Portugal. Now let's look at this. Now I want you to check this based on facts, based on statistics. What are the nations that we have in present times? What are the nations that you can consider the world power, the economic power? We have countries like China, we have countries like USA, we have countries even like South Korea. Now, what are some of the things that boost these countries to the point where they can be regarded as world power? Let's take China, for example. In China, starting from a young age, as soon as even a child enters kindergarten, one thing they start to do is that they start to involve those children in vocational skills. They start to involve them they start teaching them skills like how to teach, how to bake, how to mold, how to build, and how to do different vocational skills. There are proofs everywhere, and that does not just stop there. Statistics are shown that the rate of academic success in China is one of the highest rates in the whole world. Is one of the highest rates in the whole world, where children move from kindergarten to high school, from high school to university. They have the high rate of children moving from kindergarten, and one of the things that opens these children up is that they've been exposed to vocational skills from when they were little kids, and this builds them in cognitive ability. It builds their cognitive ability. Now, one of the things that you can also confirm with me is that when it comes to global competitions regarding mathematics, regarding science, one of the countries that cannot be easily downplayed is China, and this is one of the things that is boosting them. So on the other hand, we are not just streamlining to the fact that okay, vocational sport is just for career and everything. We are saying that vocational skills also builds children, and it encourages their cognitive ability, it builds them to be able to assimilate even in their academic. So it is not just for career, it also helps them in their academic. Thank you.
To support what my opponent has said, this debate is not only about undermining sports, but it is about adopting a holistic perspective as to child development. While sports may strengthen or build discipline and increase fitness and healthiness, we are talking about what can actually bring about the growth of a child on a national scale. Fine, sport might bring about a national visibility, but vocational skills can bring about national productivity. So looking at this is not only looking at the area of the fact that sport can actually build healthiness. It's not only sport that contributes to the healthiness of a child, even though it is part of what brings about the healthiness of a child. Other activities also contribute to the healthiness of a child. So I would want my opponent to not only look at it that sports, even though vocational activities require a healthy person, yes, it requires a healthy person, but sport is not the only activity that brings about healthiness. Thank you.
So my opponent said
I would like to say,
something about foundation, that sports serve as a foundation. But you understand that a real foundation must last and it must support, it must create stability. Chess can teach thinking, we agree. But can it teach any? It cannot teach survivor and it cannot teach self-reliance. It's a mental exercise and not like a life foundation. A foundation that cannot feed a child is not a foundation, it is a hobby. They teach creativity like chess. Vocational does that. We teach patience and we teach strategy. And we also teach children how to learn income. You should also understand that with the statistics my team lead has shown, that we have a very little. We should understand that a child is an individual in the economic agency. But does my opponent actually agree with inequality? If only a very low percent of them actually make it, that means the economy will not grow. We just continue to fall in the economic growth and not the development area. Thank you.
I would like to say,
I would
like to reiterate that there have kind of been a kind of diversion. It started a couple of times. We are not speaking, the topic does not speak about the macroeconomic parts. The topic does
We are not debating economic necessity. We are debating what provides the best start for a child. A child who learns to collaborate on the fields, learn how to succeed in life for a healthier, more rounded future generation. I implore you to stand with our motion.
I want you to understand that a child is an individual. You cannot go against the fact that a child is an individual, and an individual is an economic agent. So if you have to view this, you view a child as an agent under microeconomy. Why we view our normal economy under macro? So you cannot dispute the fact that indeed a child is an individual and an economic agent. Thank you.
And also, one of the advantages that vocational skills also brings personally to the child is the ability to boost self-confidence. When children from a very young age are involved in vocational skills, it boosts their self-confidence, it boosts their creativity, it boosts their cognitive ability, it boosts their academic performance. And also, one thing that is also very, very important, it gives them an early career awareness, that even from a young age, they can already know the things they are good at, they can already identify their strengths, they can already identify their weaknesses, they can already identify opportunities, and they can already identify threats when they are engaged in vocational skills that gives them a real world practice of what the world is. We all know. Now let's bring it down to Nigeria.
Thank
we
you,
all know the system
Thank you. Thank you. I want Elevator to give their final speech as well, their final banter. Okay. All right, Elevator.
According to Billie Jean King, sport teaches you character. It teaches you how to play by the rules. It teaches you to know what it feels like to lose, to win, and also to lose. It teaches you about life. Sporting activities is not just beneficial to the economic, but it is beneficial to the whole life of every individual, not just an individual, both adults, both youth, and both everybody doing participating in sporting activities. Thank you for listening.
All right. So in 1 minute, because we actually spent more time, can you just give your concluding points? Like I said, Fidelis, in 1 minute, who is giving the concluding point for Valor? Concluding points. Okay. Elevator, concluding point. Okay, thank you very much, guys. Thank you so much. Wonderful. That was very interesting. Good job, guys. All right. So mentors, you've heard their pitch, you've seen the banter, you've heard the banter. So please do send in the scores into the group chat. All right, we're going to move to the next group because we're a little bit behind. We're behind schedule. But I just wanted to give few points. Dr. Yusuf, do you have just few feedbacks for them? Just because we're behind schedule already. While Dr. Yusuf is giving them feedback, can we have Team Synergy and UI Alpha ready?
Oh, thank you very much, Dr. Ejimake. Yes, because of the time, I've written a couple of things down, so I'll share it with the overall review. But one thing I wanted to say, I won't go into it too much, is that a bit sometimes they kind of moved away from the main topic and they moved into the more developmental phase in the life of an adult. So a couple of points were kind of off point because it was talking about the full-grown adult. And also, I think that final part where Lautech said there were some points they made. That final part, I don't think Oyekiti was able to dispute that part, because when they said it, I was like, okay, this was going to be something Oyekiti was going to dispute and bring some evidence to do that. But I didn't get that. But aside that, it was a good. I really enjoyed it. A lot of points were made, and I strong, confident presenters. Although the second presenter at Oyekiti as well, I think it was a bit fast-paced. So next time, maybe slow it down a bit, and it's just so that you can show that you're confident with what you're presenting. It was a bit fast-paced, but yeah, it was a good one. I enjoyed the points as well. Thank you very much.
Right, thank you very much. The only feedback I wanted to give is I didn't like both of your slides. The slide for elevator was good in terms of visuals, but literally it was too wordy. There's just a lot going on in the slide. I was literally reading out from the slides, which wasn't necessary. This is a PowerPoint presentation, which means you only need key points from the slides. So personally, I did not like any of your slides. So again, this is something that you want to keep in mind and take up to the next stage. All right, Team Synergy, are you ready for us?
Yes, Ma, we are ready for you.
All right, let's go.
Thank you very much. So I'll be sharing my slides now.
That's fine.
Okay. Please, can we all see my screen?
Yes, we can.
And can everybody hear me clearly? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so I'll be starting now. Teachers versus parents, who plays the bigger role in shaping a child's development? Good day, honorable judges and esteemed audience. Before you is Team Synergy, Eniola Wibode, Emmanuel Adipo, Alamin Abdurazak, and Blessing Adekoya. Before we argue opinion, let's begin with authority. Using the highest authority in Nigeria, the 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. In section 18, subsection 1, it proclaims, and I quote, government shall direct its policy towards ensuring that there are equal and adequate educational opportunities at all levels. And in its subsection 3, commands the state to, and I quote, strive to eradicate illiteracy and to this end provide free, compulsory, and universal primary education. This is not poetry, and this is not a suggestion. This is the Constitution establishing education, not parenting, as the foundation of a child's development in Nigeria. So if the Constitution itself places the weight of a child's literacy, growth, values, skills, and future on that system, So if the Constitution itself places the weight of a child's literacy, growth, values, skills, and future on the educational system, then teachers that are the deliverers of their system play a bigger, deeper, and nationally mandated role in a child's development than parents. Okay, so before I move on, I'd like to define some keywords. Who is a teacher? A teacher is a trained professional who formally educates and guides a child intellectual, and social development. And a parent is a caregiver who provides a child with basic nurturing, support, and home bringing, while a child is a young person in a foundational stage of growth who depends on adults for learning and development. Moving on to the development of a child. Number one, we have the early development, and this talks about how a child grows mentally, emotionally, and socially. Then we have the academic development that talks about how a child improves in reading, writing, and math. We have the cognitive development that talks about how a child thinking skills, memory, reasoning, and attention grow. Lastly, we have the role and influence. That means the effect or impact that something has on a child's learning. So I'll be passing to Aliamin to take us through our arguments. Aliamin, please.
So my name is Saliamin, and I'll be taking over from Enola to present our 5 claims for why teachers are more pivotal shapers of a child development than parents. First, unique social laboratory argument. Teacher creates a unique social environment that mirrors real life. In classrooms, children interact with many peers, handle disagreements, cooperate under rules, and experience consequences. These are practical lived situations that parents cannot replicate at home no matter their efforts. This is where value moves from theory into action. And my second argument, the operationalization argument. Parents teach values and principles, but teachers operationalize those values daily. Discipline, respect, patience, and teamwork are not just explained. They are practiced repeatedly through routines, group work, and classroom expectations. So I'm moving on to my third argument, which is the complementary and corrective influence argument. Teachers do not replace parents. They correct and complement them where parents may be unaware of certain behavioral gaps. Teachers serve as the primary source of pro-social modeling, providing consistency, structure, and guidance that shapes conduct over time. Fourth, the professional mandate and efficacy argument. This position is not just logical, it is institutionally recognized. UNESCO identified teacher as the key driving force for social and emotional learning. And empirically, programs such as Teach for Nigeria (TFN) demonstrate that trained teachers improve confidence, cooperation, discipline, and overall student behavior. This confirms that teacher influence is both intentional and effective. And finally, the peer ecosystem manager argument. Teachers actively manage peer dynamics through mediated conflict resolution, group organization, and clear behavioral norms. They shape how children relate to others. This molds values through interaction and not isolated moral instruction. In conclusion, parents introduce values, but teachers transform those values into behavior through daily practice in real social situations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Team Synergy. That was a good one. All right, quickly, we're going to have the next team present, and that is Team UI Alpha. You ready? You can share your slides.
Good afternoon, audience. Let me start with a question. How many of you remember the words of your primary school teacher or the unsolicited advice of your secondary school teacher? Tell me, would you rather listen to an average lecturer than your mother? Granted, we are no longer children, but this lasting effect shows the great impact our parents have on us. A famous Chinese philosopher, Confucius, said that our bodies, hair, and skin are received from our parents. Why this points to filial piety? It also shows that our physical attributes and emotional values come first from our parents. While we acknowledge that both teachers and parents play crucial roles in a child's life, this conversation aims to determine whose impact is greater. According to UNICEF, A child is any individual under 18 whose physical and emotional, social, and cognitive abilities are still developing. Now, what exactly is child development? The American Psychological Association defines child development as the physical, emotional, cognitive, and social changes that occurs from birth through adolescence, shaped by both biological factors and environmental experiences. The 2023 OECD Early Childhood Learning Report confirms that parental influence forms the backbone of a child's developmental trajectory before and during schooling. This shows our stance today is not just an opinion, it is evidence. As a team, we strongly believe the notion that parents play a bigger role in shaping a child's development than teachers. My name is Akim Adepoju Olalekan, and with me are Jacob Chidi, Kehinde Leshi, Adewumi Obisesan, and we have Team Alpha from the University of Ibadan. To proceed, psychologists like Jim Piaget and Eric Erikson describe child development as consisting of three major systems: the emotional social development, cognitive development, and behavioral moral development. With these three pillars, let us show you how parents play a bigger role in each system. The first pillar, the emotional and social development system. This system covers a child's identity, confidence, and ability to form healthy relationships. Teachers support children at schools, but their influence is limited by time, class size, and curriculum, as concluded in the 2024 BMC pediatric study of over 2,400 children in the first 3 years of their life. Nurturing and responsive parental care leads to elder emotional and neurological development. This nurturing and responsive care cannot usually be found in the hands of a teacher. A teacher can have 25 students, but parents usually have only a few children and can shape each child's emotional world through daily interactions. More so, teachers are burnt out with every workload, and expecting them to exert great energy on the individual child is very unrealistic. Placing these unrealistic expectations will not lead them to feeling values, but will lead to bigger problems. This leads us to conclude that parents do not just contribute to the emotional and social development system, they define it. The second pillar, ladies and gentlemen, the cognitive development system. This system covers problem solving, memory, and readiness to learn. The brain functions. Why do parents play the bigger role here? You might ask. Teacher teaches the curriculum, but the capacity to learn comes directly from home experiences. According to 2023 UNICEF Early Learning Overview, home learning environment accounts for a substantial share of school readiness, often exceeding the effects of early classroom learning. Parents shape the capacity to learn through conversations, storytelling, and routines that children can easily adapt to. Besides, each teacher has their own style, and as a child progresses in school, they meet different teachers, and there will be less impact compared to the parents who do not change throughout a child's life. This leads us to conclude that the brain's development is shaped deeply and continuously at home. The third pillar, ladies and gentlemen, the behavioral and moral development system. This system includes habits, discipline, decision making, moral values, social behavior, self-control, and many others. Teachers teach rules, teamwork, discipline in class, and schools teach conformity. While we do not deny the fact that these are valuable, we should also remember that they operate under structured, strictly formal conditions. Parents, however, are available 24/7 and shape behavior around the clock. Children copy how parents speak, how they argue, how they apologize, how they solve problems and treat others. As Albert Bandura, the founder of social learning theory, explains, children learn most powerfully by observing the adults in their daily environment, and those are their parents. Likewise, a 2023 report in Frontier in Psychology found that parental modeling predicts a child's moral reasoning and emotional regulation more strongly than school-based programs. So you see, audience, teachers can instruct morality, but parents demonstrate it in real time. They guide the child's steps, their decisions, and their daily habits. This behavioral and moral system is strengthened in the home more deeply than anywhere else. Now we can have the rebuttals.
Well done, guys. Well done. All right, so we're going to go into the banters, the debate actually. I'm going to let you guys do your thing, but please make sure that you allow the other team respond. Don't keep passing it to each other. Make sure you give room for the other team to respond. Yeah, I don't want to interrupt the flow, so I would allow Team Synergy to start now. Yeah.
Standing on the existing protocol, I remain Emmanuel Adipupo. My opposition team mentioned about early influence that parents give, that is, parents being an early influence. Yeah, I would agree to that, but that is only true at the earliest stage of the children's life. Early influence does not equate sustained influence. As children transition into formal schooling, their environment and their developmental drivers shift dramatically. And don't take my word for it. Take for Peng and Son, the men who conducted an empirical study of 710 secondary school students said, and I quote, "Teacher support predicts academic achievement significantly more stronger than parent support." Their data is decisive, as the beta value shows 0.5 effect size for teachers versus 0.25 for parents. Wow, that is a whopping 70% stronger predictive value. This indicates that once children enter middle and secondary school, teachers become the primary architect of academic and social development. Moving forward, my opposition member talks about parents shaping the values and the behavioral patterns of their children. Well, actually, that is partly correct, but I want you to know that the developmental influence is not static, it evolves. Once children begin interacting daily with teachers, peers, and the school ecosystem, the ecosystem becomes the dominating socializing factor, and that's the force. Teachers guide discipline, model behavior, set expectations, and shape worldview in a structured, repetitive, and formative manners that home environment cannot replicate with the same intensity. Thus, while parents initiate behavioral formation, teachers institutionalize, refine, and reinforce it through the schooling through the years. Now, my opposition member also mentioned about language that's been that since parents teach language, then it determines the cognitive development. Well, truly, that is only relevant at the earliest stage of a child's life. But schooling dramatically expands linguistic and cognitive comprehensively. Now, don't take my words for it again. Thanks for Artist Visible Learning in 2009. He had a synthesis of over 800 meta-analysis where teacher instructional quality effects had a larger aspect. And the result was 0.4 of their standardized mean difference, showing a bit of 0.04 above the global average for language development. For vocabulary, it's around 0.6, and for comprehension development, it's around 0.54, showing that the effects of this are substantially larger than what the home environment contributes in later school years. And thus, parents initiate language, but teachers professionalize and expand it, shaping cognitive development more deeply across time. And I want to ask the question, which parent teaches cognitive skills like reasoning and problem solving in a structured way? If parents matter more, why does UNESCO call for more teachers and not more parents?
I think I'm going to address your last question first. Why does UNESCO call for more teachers and more parents? Because there are already enough parents. Do you want more people to give birth? And who will teach them, or who will bring them up? Who will raise them? Now, the argument that more teachers is simply because there are not enough people in the industry. It's not that they're going to manufacture teachers or they're going to manufacture parents. That argument is essentially flawed, very flawed.
In addition to what my colleague just said, the entirety of our opponent's stance can be summarized with what they did in the word of influence. Let us not confuse two separate and distinct principles, because today's debate is not on the advantages of parents over teachers. It is on who plays a bigger role in their development. That is, who has a bigger responsibility over the child. Yes, we agree that a good teacher can influence the child to do great things. We are not denying this fact. But at the end of the day, it is the parents who goes above and beyond to make sure that the child is adequately taken care of. Why? Because they have a greater responsibility over the child. I mean, it is not the teacher like owed months of salaries, or who is begging the administration of the school to make sure that the classroom is taken care of, that will start taking note of the needs of just one singular child. In that instance, they cannot play a better role for the development. So the argument that teachers have more influence over the children, as my colleague said, is also basically flawed.
More so, you asked about 3 or 4 questions. I can't remember, but you also mentioned something about the statistics. But let us bring it down to normal, what you and I can see. What percentage of the child's waking hours from birth to high school, which is the time that a child remains a child, that is 0 to 18 years old, what percentage of those hours are spent in school and what hours are spent at home? Let's do the math together. Now, assume a kid sleeps for 8 hours a day. That's 16 waking hours. Now, they spend about 6 hours in school out of 16 waking hours. So we've already done the math. Let's not stress you. Only 13% of a child's waking hours from 0 to 18 years of age are spent in school. Besides, I'm going to address your question on why does UNESCO call for more teachers? Parents are teachers in their own rights. I think we all realize that. Many of us first learned the do not from our parents. Do not steal, do not lie, do not be rude, do not be unkind. My mother taught me that, not my teacher. Now, if we're talking about teachers versus parents, we acknowledge that both parties have responsibilities in a child's life. And we are not saying that one is not useful. We're only saying that some people or a particular group has a particular influence on the child's development. Now, I'm going to pose a question to you. How much can a teacher do without the parents? Almost nothing. Both at home and in school, the child can only grow with the help of their parents. The materials in school, the lunch they take to school, the people who bring them to school in the first place are the parents. Now, even when the government or the school provides cheap or totally free education, it is still the parents that provide the necessary material to learn. And this points to just how strong influence the parent has on their children. The parent is the major guardian, and the teacher is perhaps working part-time.
Responding to your last point that all teachers are already parents, that's why UNESCO call for more teachers. That's actually very shaky because not all teachers are parents. Not all teachers are parents. I'm moving on to the fact that they spend more hours in at home than school. That's very wrong because the most active and productive hours of the day are spent in the classroom. And the idea of boarding school, full boarding school, negates your point that home shape students. No, boarding school negate that point.
All right, so I said parents are essentially teachers. I didn't say teachers are essentially parents. Also, how many percent of children actually go to boarding school? But before we continue with our own points, I'd like to call attention to your own point. You said something about a social laboratory, how school teaches conformity. Now, the first question I'm going to be asking is, who said conformity was good in the first place? Who said conformity was the best thing for a child's development? In fact, I dare say that it might be more dangerous to restrict a child from finding their own individuality. So I would like you to explain why you think conformity, why you think teaching us to think the same way is what is best for a child's development. And now, discipline. Of course, you mentioned something that a child learns greater discipline in school, which is not exactly true, but I'll say that it has a certain level of truth to it. That comes to our emotions versus respect argument. A child's relationship with their parents, true, is mainly emotional, while the interactions with their teachers are more respectful because they view them as authority figures. However, this respect and authority is only good to call them to order in the classroom because the obligation to listen to their teachers, it creates a divide. There is no close relationship between them and their teachers, and fear of punishment or the desire to be a good student causes them to behave better in school than at home. But it also makes it harder to correct their misgivings or unruly acts. At home, however, they are more likely to act and speak in an unrestrained manner that is more like them, which makes it easier to point out their bad habits, their inappropriate opinions, and other negative attributes that they might have picked up. More so, this is the last thing I'm going to be talking about here. A child's trust in their teacher is largely influenced by their parents' trust of that teacher. This is calling back our attention back to the fact that a teacher might have a duty, but they're only relevant when they have the support of the parents, which is that almost certainly, if the parents are not in support of what teacher is doing, it will almost certainly not work.
All right, from what you have rightly said, let's just start from the ones that you mentioned about parents giving emotional attachment, which brings about long development. Talking about not saying parents are better than teachers or something like that. We are not talking about that yet. Kindly let me say something about this. While parents provide early attachment, research shows that student-teacher relationships become equally or more influential as children progresses academically. Trust me, when a child leaves the house going to school, at that point in time, a child is actually open to learning. That is the most productive hours. compared to the time when you get back home when you are very tired, sleepy, and trying to do some other things. Those ones are less productive compared to the longer hours, the shorter hours that you spend in school. Don't take my words for it again. Text for Rhoda or in 2011, who conducted a meta-analysis of 99 studies, he concluded that positive teacher-student relationship were strongly associated with improved engagement and achievement across grade levels. Now, there are results for that. Actually, he said that with the correlation with the engagement is equals to 0.4, fairly moderate, and it also mentioned that correlation with achievement is equal to 0.5. This proves that emotional attachment is not monopolized by parents. Teachers cultivate academically productive emotional bonds that significantly shape behaviors and performance. And don't take my words for it again. Take for Godfred or who mentioned that intrinsic motivation tends to decline when parental pressure becomes excessive, especially during adolescence. Spending much hours with them does not make it to be productive. And with that shows that teachers' input become the dominant motivational factor as children grow older, especially with academic contexts. My team will go further with that.
I would like to answer what you just said just now. You mentioned that as a child progresses in academics, his influence with his teachers increases as well. However, our definition of child development is not only on academics itself. It's on physical, emotional, cognitive, and social characteristics, which are based and can only be learned from home. You cannot just focus on just how a child grows up based on his grades and studies alone. And minus from that is emotions. What to do, what not to do, how to treat people, values that are instilled in this child. It is gotten from the parent, not from the teacher who is doing so under a strict and formal system. The way that the teacher will relate to the child is not how his parents who know him from birth and are taught him these values are going to relate to him. Therefore, you cannot equate academic progress to emotional development. They are two. That's my answer to the argument. Thank you.
All right. From what you have rightly said, I want you to understand that not every parent has that quality to impact their children's life cognitively. In fact, according to statistics, globally, the number of parents are less. That are educated are quite lower than the number of teachers that we have. So we can't give that point that parents actually give such cognitive impact on the children. So it is statistically shown. Not every parent are educated to do that. So that is why they send their children out to their teachers to train them. So since the parents are putting their trust in the teachers to train them, definitely the students will be more imposed, more open to learn whatever the teachers have to say. So that is the position I have for that.
You mentioned that some parents lack interest in their child's well-being. However, this is a basic class in philosophy will tell you that a tiny part from a larger whole is a clear fallacy of division. You cannot just say just because a tiny parent lack interest in their children or they have negligence towards them doesn't mean that every single parent does not want to play any role in their children's lives. Likewise, you mentioned that research has shown that many parents don't show interest in their child. Can you point me to the research or the statistics that proves this? Because on my own end, the World Health Organization reports that only 18.4% of all parents worldwide, 18.4%, that was just 2 out of every 10 parents are actually negligent. And if that's not a lack of representation, then honestly, that we don't know what is lack of representation here. Because if just 2 out of 10 parents lack interest, you cannot use that as a measure to say that every single parent lacks a role in development of their child. So that your argument is basically a foundationally flawed from the viewpoint of logic. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you. Adewumi, you have a final point?
Yes, I wanted to talk about something I said, that it's not every parent that is capable of helping a child with cognitive development. But I also want to point to the fact that even the teachers that are capable, that are trained to do that, the parent is still the major guardian. Is there an excursion for the child? Will the parent let the child go? Is there an extracurricular? If the parent says no, there's nothing much that the teacher can do. Is there an extra lesson? It is also determined by the parent. So all those steps are also endorsed, for lack of a better term, for the parent, and it is largely determined by that parent.
All right. Thank you very much. Alamin, are you contributing to what they're saying or something else?
Yes.
Okay.
In conclusion, our argument about unique social laboratory does not stand on conformity, but real life application of values in situations that are practical, that the parents cannot replicate at all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chidi.
Yeah, to round up, judges, ladies and gentlemen, we have established the facts, we have given the figures, we have provided the evidence at this junction that this debate has made one fact impossible to ignore, that influence is measured by depth, duration, and the power to shape who a child ultimately becomes. And when we assess this influence through these lenses, one side stands out with undeniable clarity, which is the parents. Parents provide the first environment, the first values, the first behavioral patterns, and the first emotional imprints on a child. These early experiences form the core of the child's identity, a core that teachers build on, but not replace. So research in psychology confirms that the strongest influence is the one that begins earliest, stays longest, and continues to shape choices long after the classroom closes. So when we weigh both sides fairly, not by sentiment but by evidence, we find that the parents' influence is not just present, it is foundational, it is enduring, and it is ultimately the stronger force in a child's long-term development. To crown it all, parents are the Wi-Fi of a childhood. The strength of their signal determines how smoothly everything else depends on. From Team Alpha, University of Ibadan. Thank you.
Well done, guys. Well done. I really enjoyed this presentation. Well done. And it's obvious that you guys did your job, you did your due diligence. Well done. Eniola, you had your hands raised.
Yes, ma, we are here to conclude our
Right.
presentation.
I'm so sorry. I thought, sorry about that. Go ahead.
So in conclusion, at this point, the debate is no longer about opinion. It's about undeniable truth. Everything we've shown today proves one thing clearly. Teachers are the true architect of a child's development. Let's be honest, without teachers, education collapses. Without teachers, dreams die in the dark. Without teachers, every child, no matter how supportive their parents are, remains limited. Why? Because parents may love, but teachers build. Parents may encourage, but teachers transform. Parents may guide, but teachers ignite the mind. We prove that teachers are the only trained professionals who understand how children think, how they learn, and how to unlock their potential. And let's talk impact, not wishful thinking. One teacher influences 20 to 50 children every year. One teacher changes entire classrooms, entire generations, entire destinies. That is power, that is influence. Yes, parents matters, but this debate is not about who cares more, it's about who shapes the child's mind, skills, and academic future. And the answer is crystal clear. Teachers do, because caring is not enough, expertise is, love is not enough, knowledge is, good intentions are not enough, effective teaching is. UNESCO isn't begging for 44 million more parents. They're begging for 44 million more teachers, because teachers are the engine that drives learning, growth, and national development. So let's say the truth with confidence. Teachers don't just contribute to child's development, they define it. They don't just play a role, they play the biggest role. They don't just teach, they shape lives. And that is why our team stands firmly and boldly on one conclusion. Teachers are the strongest force shaping child's development. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Wow. Oh my goodness. Okay. I actually saw that we have a mentor caller here. Mentor caller, I hope you are not performing any surgery on a patient at the moment. Do you have any feedback that you want to give the teams of presenters?
Thank you, Dr. Jumoke. Yeah, I'm not in theater. I'm at home, so my hands are very free.
Nice.
Yes. So it's been a very good session. If you listen to each of the presentation in isolation, you would definitely be win over to that particular side. So which is a very good one. The slides were very nicely made, particularly this last two presentation compared to the I think the one about sportsmanship. It was a bit crowded and all, but it was very good. And one during the banter, somebody said something about autism, about I think children with autism wouldn't be able to perform, well in sport or in vocational activities. And I thought Dr. Jumoke was going to.
I was going
use it
to,
at
but
that
it was time. I was
point.
going to pick up on that.
Yeah, but it's okay. But anyway, nicely done, guys, and nice. It was very well researched. Anyway, and keep it up. I think I'll just give more input much later, maybe towards the end of it all. But it was a very good one.
Thank you
If I was
very
like
much.
this while I was in uni, I think I'll be much better. But fun, guys.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you for coming. It's always a pleasure to have you. Yes. So, guys, I think that I really enjoyed, again, from my own end, I really enjoyed the presentation that we just had now. So, you guys had, it was smooth transition in between you guys. You gave yourselves room to talk, which I liked. Your slides were much more better. I liked your command of tone as well, and the energy. The energy was there. I loved it. You were confident. You knew what you were talking about, and you didn't just, especially for team UI, you didn't just say the things, but you had references to support it. I know that Team Synergy also had their a couple of references here and there, but it was much well obvious with Team UI. So well done, guys. Well done. Dr. Yusuf, do you have any final words for me?
I just want to say amazing.
Yeah.
Honestly, I'm putting down the points, and I'm like, these two, they had confident presenters.
Mhm.
They were not just saying it. It wasn't much about their opinions, but they were also backing it up with good statistics,
Yeah.
which is something I love to see. So it's not just about saying your own opinion, but what is statistics or research saying about it. They were backing it up with it. So audience engagement was off the roof as well, because I was glued to what they were saying from the beginning to the end. So I mean, two strong teams going after it is just incredible to see. Well done to you guys.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, so I think they've set the pace. So let's hope that it's going to get better from here on going forward. So we're going to move to the next team quickly, because we're behind schedule, and that's team Biro Alpha from Kano, and then we have team Daytopia as well. So we're going to start with Biro Alpha. Are you guys ready? Are they here? Do we have them here?
Yes, ma'am, we're here. We're ready.
Excellent. All right. You can project your slides now.
The true measure of societal resilience is not whether we use tools, but whether we empowered to act without the immediate physical help of others. Technology has dramatically increased the individual capacity for independent action, making us less reliant on traditional, local, and institutional gatekeepers. Technology doesn't replace reliance; it displaces it from community to the tools, which is portable, accessible, and personally controlled. Good evening, everyone. We are Team Alpha BUK. Now, the question is, has technology made us more self-reliant as a society? On the team, we have myself, Yakub Munir, Mahmoud Hussein, Gaba Giradu Kasim, and Rukaya Idris. Good evening once again, everyone. True meaning of independence. We are here to debate a statement that often provokes fear and misunderstanding. Technology has made us less resilient as a society. Our opponents will argue that our dependence on digital system makes us fragile and helpless. They confuse the use of a tool with the collapse of capacity. We are here to prove that this is a fundamental misdiagnosis of human agency. From local burden to global autonomy, for centuries, human resilience was a burden defined by physical proximity and resource scarcity. To survive, you rely completely on your local climate, the few skills your neighbor possessed, and the restrictive whims of local authorities. Failure of a single local harvest meant starvation. Of a local lord meant destitution. This was not resilience; it was persuasive. Our core thesis is that technology has fundamentally broken this sophisticated chain of local dependency. In an era of decentralized autonomy, resilience, technology doesn't replace reliance on resources, it replaces reliance on mandatory intermediaries. It replaces the limited local banks with global crowdfunding, the restricted local schoolhouse with university online knowledge, and the single, often oppressive local employers with the world of remote work opportunities.
Good afternoon, everybody. What do we understand by technology? Technology here means tools and systems created to solve problems and make tasks easier. While technology can enhance productivity, it can also become a crutch that reduces our need to think independently and solve problems on our own. Self-reliance, on the other hand, means the ability to depend on one's own skills, judgment, and creativity to solve problems and make decisions without over-dependence on external tools or assistance, especially technology. What we believe as a team here means our side believes technology has made us fundamentally less reliant by taking power and knowledge from the few and giving it to the many. We are less reliant on local experts, local jobs, as well as local doctors.
Our core arguments basically mean medical autonomy. Before, if you lived in a small town, you were totally reliant on the local clinic or having enough money to travel to a city doctor. Not anymore. With telemedicine, technology lets us talk to a specialist doctor thousands of miles away using just a video call. This reduces the reliance on geography and the availability of a single local expert. We now see a lot of self-monitoring. With your smartwatch and home devices, you can now track your heart rate and sleep. As a recent Forbes analysis highlighted that patients are now actively using this data to manage chronic conditions. You are less reliant on a scheduled checkup with a doctor just to tell you a basic status. You have control over your own health information. In your local area. This gives the worker massive financial self-reliance. We have reliance supply. When one local factory or one country fails, technological tracking and logistics instantly allow another factory somewhere else in the world to take over. We are relying on a network, not a single point of failure. This diversifies and reduces dependence on any one fragile source. We have financial autonomy. Let's look at the financial sector. Before technology, if you wanted a loan or to transfer money or even just to save money, you were completely reliant on a few local commercial banks. They were the gatekeepers of capital. But technology, specifically decentralized finance and online platform, has shattered this reliance. Bypassing the banker, whereby if you needed a loan for your small business 20 years ago, you had to beg your local bank manager. Now, online platforms, peer-to-peer lending, crowdfunding allow entrepreneurs to raise capital directly from thousands of individuals without the bank's permission. This makes the entrepreneur less reliant on a centralized, often biased financial institution. For my last conclusion, professional autonomy, which makes us less reliant on local employers. Next, consider the workforce. The greatest source of reliance for most families used to be the single but local employer. Your job security, your income, and even your health insurance were tied to one physical location and one CEO. Technology has broken that reliance. We talk about reduced vulnerability. If you lose your one local job, you are financially devastated. If you are a freelancer with technology, you have 10 clients in different countries. You have diversified your income, making you less reliant on the stability or politics of a single local entity. Thank you.
We will show you that our society is not collapsing into fragility. It is evolving into unprecedented self-sufficiency. The ultimate reliance is not on the server, it is on the empowered human being holding the tool. We stand ready to defend the view that technology is the engine of human freedom, not its master. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, can we have the next team, please?
Good afternoon, judges, mentors, and fellow Daytopians. We are Team Daytopia, and we will be supporting the topic as technology made us more self-reliant as a society. On our team is Barnabas, Peace, Evidence, and my humble self, Joy. Professor Yusuf, Dr. Adejumoke, and our fellow Daytopians and our mentors on this call, you would agree with me that if I had told you 2,000 years ago that you could get to the UK flying through the sky rather than through the fastest animal you could ever imagine, you wouldn't have called it travel. You would have thought it was magic or village people. This is an evidence that technology is a miracle that time is yet to catch up with because it allows us to do more with less. From the beginning of the world, our story as humans has been woven in technology. During the Stone Age, our ancestors gathered their foods through basic tools like hoe, cutlass. But now we have advanced systems. As technology evolves, it empowers us to be more self-reliant, meaning being able to do things independently and solve our own problems. Through technology, we can work smarter, solve problems, create opportunities, and shape the world we now live in. Now, what is the impact of technology on the society?
Here's a better perspective to understand how technology has impacted society. Through four major dimensions, technology has improved society in ways that were unimaginable to man. In one instance, let's look at it. Technology helps us to optimize our available time and effort. It automates tasks and accelerates work done. An example is the use of vacuum cleaners that replace manual brooms. In terms of resource optimization, the mobile phone is a technology used to minimize the burden of recurring costs on resources to substitute expensive tools like landlines. For knowledge and cognitive development, technology grants us access to knowledge, expertise that we wouldn't have had access to about 10 years ago. Today, we have search engines and educational platforms that allows us to access any form of subject knowledge. Lastly, because of technology, we are able to overcome the barriers of distance and scale. We are able to travel across borders with planes, trains, and more recently, we use software for video conferencing to improve our work. So we see that the barriers involved in making work efficient, in relying too much on people that hinders progress is removed and overcome through technology. While you may still doubt the impact of technology on society, I agree with you that there are conditions that technology must meet to make people more self-reliant, and we'll do the assessment together. Firstly, I have to ask you, does it serve as a tool or a replacement? Technology ought to serve as a tool, not a replacement. You agree with me that technology today cannot replace humans. Rather, it grants us some more control over it as a product. Here's another question. Do you think it decentralizes control? Yes, technology today helps us to be more self-reliant because it decentralizes control. It helps us to be less reliant on people who monopolize knowledge, for instance, or tools, and grants many people access and gives us more confidence to be able to grants us more access to be able to perform work more efficiently. Technology also drives our capability growth. It allows us to do more with less, to take advantage of it. It doesn't regress our ability or knowledge. Instead, it enhances it. Lastly, it should serve a definite purpose. The question is, does it help you achieve your goals? Through technology, we are able to manage our time more effectively, to manage schedules so we can say so therefore we can say these conditions are actually met by technology. However, technology can be abused or misused. It doesn't negate the fact that it is merely a function of what we utilize it for. Human intent is the driving force behind technological outcome, and surely technology has enabled us to be more confident in our abilities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay. We're going to get straight into the banter, and we're going to ask Jane Bayo to start. I hope I'm pronouncing the name. How do you pronounce the name of the university? I hope I'm pronouncing it well. Yeah.
It's pronounced by yes.
Oh,
Yeah, that's correct.
all right. All right. You can start.
Okay, I would like to clarify some things with regards to what my opponent said. She mentioned that technology is being used as a tool and not a replacement. This is supposed to be ideally how it's supposed to be in the books. But then again, if you look at reality, how many people view technology as a tool and not a replacement? If you look at how things work in the modern day, a lot of people use AI, use other technologies as an end in itself and not as a means to create other platforms. Let me give an example of what research has said so far. According to our research, top innovators, as educational research from Harvard and the Montessori Society shows, children who rely less on screens develop stronger imagination and independent thinking. What they are trying to say here now is even top innovators know that early dependence on technology weakens core skills like imagination, problem solving, and independent thinking. That's why they put their children in environments where creativity, not screens, drives learning. This shows that while technology helps society, it also trains us to depend on it, slowly reducing our self-reliance. Examples of these schools are what they term Montessori schools. Montessori schools rely more on children's imagination. It means it helps you create your imagination, meaning early reliance on technology itself is bad for human progression, meaning it's better for us to use technology as a means to achieve greater purposes than for us to view it as an end in itself. Another example here is OECD, that's the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, and MIT studies on innovation culture shows that societies that use technology as a tool innovate more, while those that depend on it become less self-reliant. In many parts of the world, like China, people are encouraged to constantly think about how things can be improved. They see technology as a tool, not a replacement for their own thinking. This mindset is why they innovate so quickly. But in many societies today, we rely on technology so heavily that we no longer look beyond it. Instead of using technology to enhance our own abilities, we often let it replace them. That over-reliance weakens our creativity, our problem-solving skills, and also our ability to think independently. Thank you.
Are you going to respond?
Yeah, yes, ma'am. Thank you. I would like to ask a singular question. How has this tournament today been made possible? How has people from Bayero University, our mentors, right in the United Kingdom, and we here live in Lagos, how has this competition been made possible? You would attest to the fact that this has only been made possible by the power of technology. Technology has amplified our ability and not just our weakness. It has encouraged us to be problem solvers and not just to avoid them. Instead of waiting for solutions, technology has brought solutions right at our fingertips. Technology, what is the main definition of technology? Technology is a scientific tool, right? And that is what we as humans have made technology to be. The purpose of technology is to enhance to reduce our manual effort and not just to promote laziness. It has helped us become independent of ourselves. For example, we can now learn various skills right on YouTube at the comfort of our homes. Through online tutorials, we can now fix basic electrical stuffs. We can manage our finance right on fintech apps, various fintech apps, and right with the use of technology. Being efficient is not the same as being dependent, and this is what technology has made us to be. You mentioned the fact that people rely too much on artificial intelligence. I put it to you that technology is way beyond artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is just a singular branch of what technology has done for us. Technology is basically a tool, and a tool that has made our lives easier and better. We have tools such as a solar panel. We can now have 24 hours access to electricity without having to wait for the unstable power supply of the government. We now have water purification systems, improved farming equipment to help our farm yields and production. We have online banking and even mobile health apps to help us track our health and help us remain self-sufficient with or without artificial intelligence. Even within AI, the tools enables us as individuals to accomplish our tasks that required specialists before. From designing, we now move to analyzing data without having to spend too much time on on extracting on the manual and menial tasks. And lastly, technology has not come to destroy our skills. It has mainly come to transform them. People can now possess various skills right online. We have digital, financial, communication, and even technical knowledge that has enabled us to remain self-reliant as humans. You all will agree with me that the world is now a global village, and technology alone has made this possible. Communities can now exist. We can now, right from the comfort of our homes, communicate with people in different parts of the world. Technology is a combination of various dimensions, and which has definitely made the world a global village. And lastly, technology, excuse me, technology, you mentioned the fact that we have become over dependent on technology, right? I put it to you that technology is just a tool that is meant to be used and not does not necessarily mean dependence. It means our empowerment. Technology has helped taking away barriers. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So from my understanding, means you would agree with me from all the points you have given above that technology has made us less reliant as a society, right? Basically, that's all you have said. It has made us less reliant as a society. It means you agree with me that technology is just a tool, and then therefore I want to believe. I think you misunderstood your side of the topic. Thank you very much for understanding with me. Then let me give you one example of one thing my colleague said. Yeah, we understood technology is just a tool, and that's why I gave an example of Montessori schools. We understand that technology has its own downsides too, its own disadvantages, and that's why schools like Montessori are being established. So they understand that if people rely too much on technology from younger age on these tools will make them reduce in their the efficiency they ought to have from themselves if they were to think as they ought to think without maybe watching of TVs, use of smartphones, use of AI tools and other tools like that. Thank you very much.
And to add to what my colleague said, you mentioned that you actually misunderstood my point initially. There were misunderstandings here. We are not saying technology is making us is not actually of benefit to the society. We are trying to tell you now that technology has made us more dependent on it rather than ourselves as a society. If you look at this, you made a mention of the fact that we are able today to be in this meeting because of what technology has done. That is actually a very good point. But then if you look at it again, this is us relying on technology itself as a basis for us to be here, basically. The topic says, has technology made us self-reliant as a society? In this particular case scenario here, we are in this meeting because of the use of technology. And basically, we are still relying on this at this particular point to do what we are doing here. And also, decentralization as well that you mentioned. And also, maybe replacement of electricity or limelight with electricity and everything like that. Electricity here today has its own downside. It has actually replaced togetherness as a family. Every single family today has their own advantages and disadvantages. If you look at it, families today are basically disorganized because of the use of technology. Children today basically always rely on their phones rather than having conversations with their parents, doing a lot of things together. They prefer to rely on the use of technology to actually do some things personally by themselves. Thank you.
Now let me give you an example. All of us have legs. So basically it means we can walk as fast as we want. So give an example. Let's say you want to travel from Abuja to Kaduna. If you go by feet, you are still going to get to Kaduna, right? But then there came a technology which is car, which brings about efficiency, right? So now this doesn't mean that if cars are not available, you still cannot get to Abuja. And then this proves my point that technology has made us less reliant as a society. It's just a tool of efficiency, and not that we are totally dependent on the use of technological tools.
All right, final points, please, guys.
Okay, so technology, I would like to ask this question. Who made technology possible? Technology is simply a product of human imagination and ideas. All the examples you've given, these are ideas that have been developed and brought forth from human imagination, which you had earlier said that technology would not make us would not make happen, would distract us from thinking critically. Technology is what is a multiplier of our human potential. I would like to ask this question. If self-reliance is doing more with what you have, then what better symbol of self-reliance could there self of being self-reliance could there be than technology? Come to think of it, I as a business person, without a modern, I have a business idea. How do I design my products? Create an app, reach out to other people, reach out to my customers, and have a better market without having to own a physical shop. That is only through technology. It has made my work easy and seamless and make me to become independent rather than relying on creating waiting for jobs or applying for seamless job opportunities.
All right, final point, please. Closing point. Who is closing?
Good afternoon, everyone. The opposition has spent this debate painting a grim picture about a society shackled master. They want you to believe dependence on a tool equals collapse, but they have fundamentally misdiagnosed the relationship between humanity and innovation. They claim we are tragically reliant on centralized systems. We say that's the ultimate proof of our success. The fact that one system, a global supply chain, an integrated power grid can now support billions of people means we are no longer reliant on millions of small, inefficient, localized dependencies. We have traded the brutal daily reliance on the local harvest, the unreliable local doctor, and the restricted local job market for a sleek, efficient global infrastructure that empowers the individual. When the power goes out, the opposition sees only darkness. We see resilience. Why? Because every single person now has the knowledge, the YouTube tutorial, the instant warning to survive that blackout. They are less reliant on a slow-moving, overwhelmed municipal service and more reliant on their own empowered intelligence.
The core of their argument is actually a semantic trap. They confuse reliance with what we call convenience. The question here is carpenter reliant on his hammer? The basic answer is no. He uses the hammer for efficiency. He can still build a structure with his bare hands and primitive tools, but the hammer makes him freer, faster, and more capable. Is the modern student reliant on Wikipedia? No. They use Wikipedia to access knowledge instantly. They are less reliant on an exclusive library key, and a professor's lecture schedule.
Technology doesn't create clients, it provides options. It gives the rural entrepreneur economic independence, the physically disabled person functional independence, and the average citizen information independence. We stand here today, less tethered to geography, less restricted by, less controlled by institutional gatekeepers than at any point in history. The oppositions fear the future. We embrace technological freedom it offers. We are not reliant on technology. We are unleashed by it. Thank you very much.
Daytopia, your concluding part.
All right, thank you very much. However, opponent has claimed that we do not understand this topic. But in honest truth, I would bring the proposition that they have actually misunderstood. As they had said, self-reliance is the ability to independently use your creative abilities and judgment to enhance your work. Now let's look at how, in contrast to what they have said, technology has made us more self-reliant. With the invention of apps to other rides, commuters are able to get to their destinations with better customer experience instead of waiting for public buses. Also, with invention of global positioning systems, people can get to navigate their ways confidently in towns and cities without having to disturb people for directions. In the fintech sector, globally, about 64% of consumers adopt fintech services. With the invention of digital services and fintech, people now have access to financial services and to do financial transactions from the convenience of their homes without having to visit traditional banks to do those transactions or have access to the services. With the presence of technology-driven machineries, farmers are now able to cultivate vast area of lands without having to depend on many people on the farmland. And also with apps that forecast weather, farmers can make best decisions based on this instead of relying on guesswork or past experience to predict season. Additionally, with communication, technology has helped people to socially relate to one another without physically being present or relying on traditional communication channels. And lastly, in the education sector, an online survey carried out by the Department of Journalism and Electronic Media indicates that YouTube is a commonplace in college education, with 88.5% of instructors and 94.6% of students reporting the use of YouTube in their respective institution and education. In conclusion, I wanted to show you, I hope I have convinced you that in retrospect, technology has actually made us be independent and confident in our abilities and our judgment. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Again, just my feedback to Team Daytopia. So when you say something is a conclusion, it's not an opportunity to raise new points. It's an opportunity to bind together everything that you have said and come to a conclusion. I could see you raising some new points in your conclusion, so that shouldn't be. I'm going to call on Mentor Adetayo to give the team feedback, please.
All right, thank you, Dr. Jimmy. Good afternoon, everyone. And it's been a great day, and I've been enjoying every of the presentation, even though I was a bit late. All right, without further ado, this presentation is a very, very sensitive presentation, and there is a blurry line between you being generic and you being specific. I could see that both teams, they tried their best to have something that is more than the layman talk, but it's not enough as what Daytopia expects from you. And I know that this is the first presentation, and you'll get to do more with your research and not be layman enough. But generally speaking, it was a very decent presentation, and kudos to both teams for making an attempt at it. But to be frank and to be blunt, as Dr. Jimmy will want, we expect more from Daytopia. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mentor Adetayo. That's why I called you, because I just wanted, I was thinking maybe it was just me. The energy was low. I think Bayero started really strong. They really had the energy coming in. And then we had this very low energy from Daytopia team. Maybe it was their lack of energy that made Bayero to tone down their energy. I think maybe it could be, but I could Mohammed, well done. Despite that, you still had this strong, this confident presentation, which really, really pulled through, and we could see that you were trying to give life into the presentation. Shobie was distracted most of the time. I don't know why. I could hear background conversations while she was presenting, and the fact that maybe because she knew that there were people around her, you could see that she was distracted. I'm hoping that Shobie is a lady. Sorry. Barnabas, you've been here not today. You know what it is like. We want you to come in strong, and I didn't get that from you today. I don't know what's going on with the team, but I want you guys to work together, the Daytopia team, to work together on your synergy, the energy, coming together as a team and giving us a bang presentation. Yep. Thank you very much, guys. We would move to the next team. Or Dr. Yusuf, do you have anything you want to say, you want to add to it before we go to the next team? Quick.
No. Well done to both teams. I'll put my feedback in the comment, in the general feedback.
Yeah.
Because of time.
Yeah. Thank you very much. And thank you. I still need to say thank you to the presenters for coming, for coming and giving us what you've given us. Well done, guys. Right. Okay. So quickly, we're going to move to Team OAU Quest and Team OAU Zenith, and they will be going for should content creation be regulated like other businesses. Are they both here, Quest and Zenith? Team Quest and Zenith.
Yes, ma. We are here, ma.
All right. Can I just say this? So if we call your name and you're not here,
sorry, please. One of my team members is trying to.
Additional, I didn't hear you.
Yes. Yes, ma. I said
What
one
did
of
you
my
say?
team members is trying to join the call.
Okay, Dr. Yusuf, can you
What's
help
the name of
us?
your team member? What's the name of your team member? Hello.
Additional, what's the name of your team member?
Thank you.
I hear you. Was it David?
Yes, sir. It was David. David, he has joined now.
All right.
Excellent.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Can the team leader for Team Quest just confirm that they are here? Team Quest. So
yes,
okay.
we are here together, ma'am.
Oh, all right. And Team Zenith.
Why, yeah.
Oh, excellent. So please, can I just say this in advance? If I call you and you are not here, the other team would present and it will be an automatic 3 points to the team. So there's no we are late, something happened. If you are struggling to find your team members, put in the leaders' chats so that we can find them for you. Yeah, before it gets to your turn and then you can't. Yeah. All right. So let's start with Team Quest. Do you want to share your slide? Oh yeah, Team Quest, are you the one that asked me to help you with the sharing of your slides? Do you still want me to do that for you? Team Quest?
No, ma. No, I will share for mine.
All right, that's fine. Well done.
So we'll be starting now. How can an industry that influences millions operate with fewer rules than a bakery on the street? According to Creator Economy Market Report, it shows that creator economy now worth over 205 billion. Yet, only 10% of creators properly disclose paid promotions. An industry this powerful and this unregulated demands our attention. Distinguished judges, Fellow competitors, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Ayoni Olumide, and here with me are Awowole Oluwatosin, Olaniyi Olabanji, and Bakari Fetia. Today, we the Team Quest stand to support a motion that is not only timely but absolutely necessary. Content creation should be regulated like other business. The question we must first attend to is simple. Content creation is no longer a play, it is now power. Let's start with the obvious truth. Content creation has evolved from mere entertainment into a global economic force. Creator now shapes opinions, influence elections, drive billions in sales, even partner with multinational brands. And according to the recent report, the creator economy is now worth over $200 billion globally. And this value is not just stagnant, it's rising. If I may ask, if an industry which ends like a business, behaves like a business, and impacts society like a business, why should it operate without business level rules? Imagine this scenario, my fellow colleagues. A young creator recommends a skincare product to millions of followers. She doesn't say the brand paid her. She doesn't even mention the potential reaction.
Daytopia is a solid age, right?
But her audience buys it because they trust her. Now imagine a rental business doing the same thing, hiding fees, hiding risks, hiding sponsorship. Return this tax evasion, right? Is that fair? Is that safe? Is that acceptable? It's not. And that is why regulation is necessary. Also, in the creator world is now a marketplace, and every marketplace, they need an order. Regulation ensures transparency and consumer protection. Creator content creation is no longer a random posting. It now includes advertising, brand representation, financial advice, product marketing, and public persuasion. Tell me, would you allow an unlicensed pharmacy to recommend drugs to you? Would you allow an unregistered bank to collect your savings? Of course, no. So why should creators not who sell products, promote services, and even influence financial decisions operate with zero oversight? Regulation is not punishment, it is protection. This is a call for protection. Protection for consumers, protection for creators themselves, protection for the economy, and how we contribute to it. Thank you. Olabanji will be taking over from here.
Yes, thank you very much, Olumide, for that well convincing introduction. Today, I'm focusing on one simple truth. The creator economy is no longer a hobby. It is a multi-billion-dollar industry. And like every major industry, it needs basic regulations to protect the people who create the value. According to Goldman Sachs, the global creator economy is projected to hit $480 billion by 2027. When an industry becomes this large, structure is not optional, it is necessary. Regulation protects creators from informal labor exploitation. Most creators work in what experts call informal digital labor, meaning no contracts, no job security, no guaranteed payment. And the number shows the risk clearer. Studies shows over 70% of creators earn less than $1,000 a year, despite spending long hours producing content. Surveys also reveals that 1 in 4 content creators have been underpaid or never paid at all for completed work. Many creators sign brand deals with zero legal guidance, leading to exploitative clauses, delayed payments, or complete non-payment. A well-known brand in US was exposed for hiring over 300 micro creators for promotional campaigns, and over half were never paid because there were no clearer enforcement rules. It sparked the hashtag pay creators movement worldwide. In any other industry, if workers aren't paid, it is illegal. But in the creators world, it is normalized because we lack regulations. Regulations fixes this through standard payment timelines, transparent contracts, minimum disclosure requirements, protection from sudden demonetization. This is not control. It is giving creators the same rights every worker already enjoys. Regulation prevents fraud, misleading claims, and intellectual property theft. Another major risk is fraud, both against creators and the both against creators and the viewers of the content. Misleading advertisement is a global problem. In the UK, compliance reports found that 65% of influencers posts do not disclose sponsorship, creating misleading commercial content. The US Federal Commission, the US Federal Trade Commission fined multiple influencers who promoted unsafe financial products and health supplements without disclosure, leading thousands of followers into financial loss and health risk. During the pandemic, several influencers shared false medical claims that reached millions. Some markets being pushing for strict accountability standards because misinformation spreads faster through influencers than traditional media. A report revealed over 40% of creators have, have had their content stolen or reposted without permission. Some TikTok creators have had entire dance routines copied by brands without credit, costing them exposure and money. When creators lose their intellectual property, they lose their future. Regulation ensures their ideas are protected and not exploited. Regulation promotes fairness and a level playing field. Right now, the creator economy is extremely unequal. Only the top 1 to 5% of creators earn sustainable income. The remaining 95% competes in a chaotic, unregulated environment with inconsistent algorithms, opaque platform policies, and unpredictable earnings. Example, the algorithm shock. Creators frequently lose income because platform changes their algorithm without warning. One study showed that most creators lost up to 50% of their revenue overnight after algorithm shift, with no explanations, no appeal process or protection. Regulation creates fairness through setting transparent rules for platforms, ensuring creators can appeal wrongful demonetization, making disclosure clear so small creators aren't overshadowed by deceptive tactics, giving micro creators a voice against big brands and big influencers. Lastly, unregulated markets always favor the powerful. Regulation creates breathing space for the small emerging creators, the ones with the real talent but no connections. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All right, quickly, can we have the next group start sharing, start presenting?
Okay, please can everyone see my screen?
Yeah, but make it presentation mode.
How many of us here know this person? Raise your hand if you have ever laughed at one of his kids. That's quite a few. This is Lai Wasabi, a young Nigerian content creator and skit maker who turned the smartphone and creativity into a force that now reaches millions. He began as just a guy with jokes and ideas, but today is a recognized entertainer, winner of the Future Awards Africa Prize for content creation, with millions of followers, some of whom I'm sure are right here on this call. It's important to understand that a major contributor to Lai Wasabi's success was the kind of environment he operated in, which amplified and welcomed him. Its journey shows just how powerful and essential creative freedom and accessibility are. And this brings us to the motion before us. Should content creators be regulated like other businesses? Let's start by clarifying terms and context. The Architect Group, a global strategic advisory and consulting firm, defines content creation as the process of generating written, visual, audio, or multimedia material for a target audience across various platforms. Now, when we say content creators should be regulated like other businesses, we mean applying the same heavy requirements that traditional companies face, which include formal business registration, taxation structures, and compliance rules designed for organizations with staff and capital. Essentially, we are saying that a teenager making TikTok videos from a living room should be subject to the same licensing and compliance bodies as a registered company with full-time staff. That is what registration like other businesses mean. Really, that's what regulation like other businesses really means. And that is precisely why it is excessive. We, Team Zenith, stand firmly against this motion. My name is David Odukoya, and I have with me Ayodeji Fadumoye, Owati Oluwasemilore, and Oluwasola Funmi Adesina. Let's now give context to the value of this industry in Nigeria and the broader economy so we can fully appreciate it. Nigeria's creator ecosystem is one of the fastest growing youth-led industries. Social platforms reached about 38.7 million active social identities in January 2025, according to Data Reportal. The sector thrives because of low barriers to entry, as anyone with a smartphone and internet access can create and publish. According to ByteDance, the parent company of TikTok, the platform reached more than 23 million adult users in Nigeria as of early 2024. Economically, the creator and influencer market is already significant. Nigeria's digital advertising and influencer market is estimated in industry reports, while the broader African creator economy was valued at $3 billion in 2023 and is forecast to grow rapidly.
With a labor market where informal and digital gigs absorb large shares of youth employment, content creation is a key driver of digital livelihoods and entrepreneurial activity for young Nigeria. This context helps us appreciate the ripple effects of any disruption in this sector. A disruption would not only affect creators, but also other businesses. For example, a research by Oyewobi et al. 2024 revealed that over 65% of small and medium enterprises, SMEs, in Nigeria use social media for marketing, and a substantial portion rely exclusively on social media to reach customers. If the content creation sector is heavily regulated or disrupted, SMEs may lose a major low-cost marketing channel, increasing advertising costs or cutting them off from mass reach altogether. Brands, especially small to mid-sized ones, may lose access to affordable, high-impact advertising via creators, shrinking customer reach and possibly reducing sales. The broader digital economy may shrink, affecting not just creators, but also many support services. In short, what happens to creators doesn't stay with creators. It cascades around businesses, consumer markets, and the entire marketing ecosystem in the country, and can ultimately slow economic and industrial growth. Furthermore, when we compare content creators to traditional businesses, we treat fundamentally different phenomena as if they were the same, and that is a category error. Content creation is not simply a commercial enterprise. It is a form of expression, communication, and individual creativity. Its basis is protected by the universal right to free expression, supported by Article 19 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which states essentially, everyone has the right to hold opinion and share information freely through any media. Finally, creators are already subject to existing laws, including copyright, defamation, cyber laws, and advertising or consumer laws, which provide mechanisms to address abuses. The real question is not whether creators should have zero regulation, but whether they should be regulated with the same heavy-duty framework meant for corporations. In this debate, we assert content creation is not the same as traditional business, and demanding business style regulation threatens to kill the creative freedom, diversity, and accessibility that define the digital content space.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Okay, so we're just going to quickly move into the answer. Yep. Let's have the first team start.
Yes, one thing our opponent emphasizes is the fact that um, the act of content creation is a freedom of expression. But I would like to say to you that a freedom without responsibility leads to the avoidable harms. Free speech and consumer protections, the fact that free speech and consumer protections aren't mutually exclusive. We can protect expressions while requiring truth and transparency when people sell products or information. Legislators and regulators worldwide are explicitly focused on balancing expression with um, expressions against misinformation, scams, and harmful content. Public inquiry have flagged algorithm spread of harm and as a regulatory concern. A falsified health claim by a paid influencer can lead to the to public health risk regulatory. But I would like to also emphasize the fact that free speech doesn't mean free from consequences. Thank you very much.
Since I said something about the fact that, okay, one thing you know about is, first of all, in your slide, I said something about accountability. Yes. So when you're talking about accountability, yes, accountability is very important. But one thing you notice something, accountability is two-sided. Now, when you're talking about accountability, I'm talking about accountability of the government being accountable to the people, or the content creators being accountable to the people, government, or the audience. Now, one thing you know is that accountability should be mutually it should be mutual in nature. When talking about mutual in nature, one thing should know that there's a form of imbalance in accountability in the fact that one, the government has more power and more resources. So in that kind of situation, our government, the content creators cannot really hold the government accountable. Now the government is actually made accountable, just like democracy. You need to explain that word. Democracy is government of people by people and for the people. So like I said, that government must be what accountable to the people. But one issue that our government tends to actually lack with transparency and with oversight. How then are you going to explain accountability?
In addition, in addition to the point that our opposition has claimed, the opposition claims that creators are exploited because they but that argument misunderstands how this industry works and confuses informality with exploitation. First, creators are not employees, they are independent and they can choose when to work, who to collaborate with, and what to charge. They are not forced down or controlled like a traditional labor system. It is in a system where they are regulated and they are forced to get licenses like businesses that they tend to experience exploitation. Exploitation in the creator economy is not a product of informality. Thank you.
Okay, talking about accountability. Talking about accountability, influence without accountability is dangerous. Let's take a look. Let's take. I'm a content creator. I am doing a video to tarnish someone's image. You know,
Taking it up from Fatia, um, our opponents emphasize the fact that accountability has different aspects, and we need to look into which aspect of accountability we're talking about. But I'll put it to you today that content creators today influence election, public health decisions, financial choices, and even social behaviors. No other industry with that much influence is allowed to operate without accountability. So when our opponents say leave creators unregulated, what they are really supporting is unlimited influence with zero responsibility. No serious society operates like that. If power influences millions, then the power must be accountable. And that is exactly what regulation ensures. Thank you very much.
Yeah. In addition, I also like to add this that content creation is no longer a playground. It is now a profession, and professions need structure. Regulation does not silence creativity. Regulation strengthens it. It builds trust. It ensures fairness. It protects everyone in the ecosystem, not only the users and even the creators themselves. Regulations protect them. And also, And also, while in the intro of my opposer the other time, he made mention that regulating content creation requires that they regulate the financial aspect, the taxation aspect. But I'd like you to understand that regulation is not only about regulating the financial aspect, but also making content creators to be responsible for the information they post, because their information might mislead people, harm reputations, threaten national securities, spread false information, and even promote violence. This can be seen in the recent things that has been going on in Nigeria today. You see content that threatens national security. One of such is the videos of how they kill people in the northern region of Nigeria. All this should be regulated, and that's what we are saying. That's what we are standing. Thank you.
And also, the opposing team mentioned is the other time that let's imagine a teenager that is doing content. Should the teenager be regulated financially? I want to say that the regulation does not only mean about finance, it means about content standards, copywriting compliances, identity verification, consumer protection, data privacy also. So regulations in this sense, our regulation is not just focusing on finance, it's also focusing on other aspects as copywriting, identity instead of.
Okay. So first of all, we never said anything about taxes or regulating finances. We talked about the burden of regulating content creators, just like traditional businesses. And the burden will be so much to place on a teenager compared to a business with a full-fledged staff. Right. And second of all, saying the content of people murdering people in the north, why it is not a fun thing to watch? It's not the content itself that is killing people, pardon me, but the content itself makes us aware of the danger to the north, which means it is actually helping us in a way. We are aware that the north is dangerous through the social media. We see these videos and we know to stay clear of the north. So what you're saying doesn't actually support your claim, rather it supports our.
In addition, the opposition has made as regards to counter what the opposition has made as regards the point of as regards the point of regulation, they 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 came up with the point that businesses are not regulated, and that is not true. But from the point that they've created, I want to reiterate that businesses
Ayodeji,
are
instead
not
of them
regulated,
reading
and the misinformation.
Ayodeji, instead of that person reading it to you, let the person just say it. I think it might be faster because we can hear that somebody is reading the points to you. I don't know why.
Okay, sorry about that. Businesses, content creators are not free of regulations. They are regulated, they are guided by already existing law. And we're against further regulations or every regulations like traditional businesses being placed on content creators. Now, when you talk about a teenager coming out to say something or defame of someone's character online, it is a crime and it is punishable by law. There is already a law against that. So you can't do that and go scot-free. You will be charged and you'll be charged to courts of possibly serve jail time. So what you're saying again does not support your point, rather it supports
All right. Thank you very
In
much.
addition to that, our opponents also make an argument that are allowed to make content to defame other individuals. I'd like to know that these platforms that content creators use to present their content are actually regulated in the sense that they cannot the type of content that is presented. We should also note that we should avoid regulation, as there are already regulations that are in place to handle such defamation and and copyright or consumer protection laws. There are many pre-existing laws and regulation on these content creators.
Why we know
All
that there
right.
are
So
laws already
sorry, I'm going to cut you guys short. So in 30 seconds, please do give us your final concluding parts, and then so that we can end it. All right. The first thing, please. Concluding
why we know
remarks,
that
please.
why we know that there are already laws in place in this for these regulations, they are nowhere enforced. Talking and going back to the place of the bandits and bringing out the videos, showing it online and that if these regulations are well enforced, there will be process of tracking them down and noting the adequate punishment onto them. We are not arguing against creativity. We are not against creativity. We are actually very far from killing creativity. We are about building structured accountability, fairness, and professionalism. This content creation has become like a business which influences our everyday lives and our everyday decisions and even the society at large. Let's consider this. Why professions like journalism, doctors, and bankers are being regulated? So why we will say content creators who shape opinions, shape our decisions daily? Why would we say that they should not be regulated? And if they enjoy all the power and benefit and influence of content creation, why shouldn't they share in this responsibility of being regulated as well?
Thank you very much. All right. Team Zenith, concluding remarks. 30 seconds, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, judges and worthy opponents, let's be clear. Content creation is not a traditional business. It is creativity, expression, culture, education, and communication. It is the heartbeat of the digital economy and the voice of youth, especially in this part of the world. The opposition argues that regulation prevents misinformation and accountability. But there are false conditions. Harmful content, cyber crimes, or misinformation are already covered by pre-existing laws that are well enforced, even on platforms that are utilized. Training and education are always already in place. So this business style regulation is like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. It destroys it. Regulation is not the way. Our politician once said, nothing is more powerful than the idea of someone to speak. The current economy is that idea, and the is committed rules or every handed regulation. Judges, the opposition wants to regulate the game because it's not for time. It's reserved. So if the wind blow, we don't want the business will build and the government will be different. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, guys. Well done. Well done. Good one. Aside from the fact that a lot of the team members had maybe it's internet issues, network issues, whereby we could not really hear you guys well. But yeah, it was a good try, good effort. Yeah, well done. Dr. Yusuf, do you want to give feedback?
No, I'll say well done to both teams. They brought out really good points, and it was quite engaging as well. So well done to both teams.
Yeah. Oluwa Shola Fumi, well done. I particularly enjoyed I loved your command of tone. Your communication skills was really good, and the way you presented your point was also solid as well. So I did enjoy your presentation. Ayodeji, just my feedback to you. I know that wasn't planned, but yeah, you could do better in terms of preparing for your part and ensuring that you know what you want to say, because aside from us hearing the person reading it, we could hear that you are thinking through your points. It didn't flow as it was meant to flow. So just the feedback for that. But aside that, well done, guys. And can I also say this? It's important that you showcase your skills. I'm not saying you should outshine your team, but showcase your skills. You never know. We have mentors that give gifts to individuals here as well. So if you swept them off their feet, you know your name could be called and you could get could get gift as well. Yes, please. Yes.
Hi,
Go
Dr.
ahead.
Jim.
Yes.
So
Yes.
Dr.
How are you?
Ridwan, so is this Ridwan is the one that has been typing. I was like,
Honestly, like seriously.
you mindset.
Right. So yes, guys, meet our very wonderful mentor. Mr. Ridwan is a finance analyst, an accountant, an embodiment of everything, a business, an entrepreneur, everything. He does everything. So welcome. Yes, 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 please. The floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Jim. It's good to be back. I actually couldn't resist joining today because I just came back to Nigeria today. So I was like, I won't have time
Wow.
to join. But I don't know, it's just Daytopia for some reason. I just felt like, I'll just join and then enjoy it. And I've been
Thank
enjoying it, as you
you.
can see from the comment section.
Thank you.
So yeah, today I won't be able to do very detailed because I still feel like I need to get some sleep. But I actually enjoyed this conversation. It was very engaging and interesting. I know it's been a lot of people have been talking about it a lot. If we should um, regulate or not, but the few things I just wanted to point out, which we can also ponder upon after this conversation, is um, if we look at content creators, lots of people make money from it, and if you want to do, I think in Nigeria too, I'm not sure, I would have to check, but they are probably regarded as independent contractors. So if they make money from these platforms, it's upon them to go and make payment for their taxes. How that is done here, I don't really know. I know Lagos State government started something like that. I know there was something about Pella recently, about LIRS sending him a tax bill for I don't know what year, but it's something that if you make money from a platform, of course, ideally you should pay your taxes, and it's also done in every other part of every other part of the world, whether it's in the US, Canada. So if you make money, you should of course go ahead and pay your taxes. It's this taxes that we use to ideally take care of the economy, and everybody should be fine with it. So if you do it, yes, you need to pay your taxes. I'm not sure if that regulation is there now, but again, when you throw around the word regulation, it just feels like you're trying to bring more burden into the space. You need to allow people to be creative to express themselves. But should there be a limit to how people express themselves? Because you see people come to social media and say all sorts of nonsense, and you wonder how people are allowed to say this kind of thing online. So you just have to, it's a very complex topic to really delve into. There are arguments for and against, but for me personally, I think we need some sort of regulation. It doesn't have to be to something very serious, but something to just serve as guidelines for general content creation online. If you can touch on certain things, data privacy, I think there are data privacy laws already, copyright laws, consumer protection laws. We have all of that already. But some sort of things regarding how far you can go when you post, and what you can do if you make income from these platforms. I know here, I don't know if maybe there are content creators here, but I don't know if you make money from YouTube, do they pay taxes on it? I don't think they do, because if you're an independent director, they have contracted, they have to pay you. The burden of paying taxes is on you. So the content creators in Nigeria are actually making money and not paying their taxes to the government. So maybe we need to. But it was very good conversation from you guys. I enjoyed it, and I'm really impressed with the kind of outputs you guys delivered today. Well done to you guys. And that last guy, Oluwa Sholafumi, he was, yeah, he was good. I think at some point he was almost saying, uh, what you guys said is nonsense. I mean, but he had to say, he had
I
to say,
think I think he
yeah,
had to
he
yeah,
had
he
to
had to
say,
hold
yeah,
himself.
but well, it was very good. Of course, just try to stay professional when you do your presentation.
Yes.
It's just for us to come enjoy, but so yeah, it's good to be back, and
Thank
hopefully
you.
the rest of the presentation will be engaging as well.
Thank you. I was going to say, don't say it. Oluwa Shalafumi, don't say it. Yeah, Dr. Kola.
Yeah, I just wanted to add. I think maybe it was just me, but the first I think I wrote his name down. That would be Olumide,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, how we started, the energy was quite infectious. Maybe it was just me though. Maybe it was sound, but yeah, I think from then onwards the energy came down a little. But with him, the way he started, it was quite good. So I think I think it was really necessary. I acknowledge that. Anyway,
yeah.
so keep it up.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Who's that? Is that Olumide? Sorry, is that Olumide? I just wanted to confirm the person's name.
Yeah, I think it's Olumide. I hope I have not missed the name together.
By yourself now. Who was the first presenter? Is it?
Take your flowers if you are given one.
I agree with you, Dr. Kola. It's Olumide.
Yeah, Olumide. And the Olumide is not even saying anything. Okay. All right. Well done, Olumide. It's always good to, show yourself when they are throwing you flowers. I accept it. Thank you very much.
Sorry, Dr. Ejimoke. I also want to say something that Dr. Ejimoke often pick up on is enunciation, and I think someone said chaotic. I think it was just the flow of it. So just try as much as possible, to make sure that you are pronouncing words very well. So I put that down. I thought I should just share it as well.
Yeah. So you see, we are listening, we pick on those little things. So it's important that you are careful in what you are saying and the way you say it as well. Thank you very much, mentors. Thank you so much. Okay, so we're going to move to the next team because again, we are behind schedule. So do we have team Grit here? Is that Grit? Am I calling it right? UI Grit. So apparently the team has an issue. Unfortunately, the team leader reached out and none of the team members have been reachable. They've not been reachable. We don't know what's going on, but they're just not reachable. I've asked him to come and present like that because I just feel they've put in too much work for him to not present his work or their work instead of dropping out or not just presenting. So are you here? What's his name actually?
Okay, good evening.
Joshua, yeah, well done. Okay, so don't worry. I want you to present. So you're going to present the whole thing. I know your team members are not here. You've explained to us. You might lose marks for it, but at least you are here. That's the most important thing. Yeah. Try as much as possible to do as much as you can with the presentation. But I do give you good kudos for coming in to at least do your thing. Yeah. You wanted to say something, Joshua?
No, I was just signifying that I'm on the call.
All right, excellent. Okay, so we have Team Momentum. Where are they? Adekunle, you raised your hand.
Yeah, just to confirm that we are here, ma'am.
Excellent. All right, let's start with you, Joshua. That's Team Grit, GRIT. I hope I'm pronouncing it well. Do you want to share your slides?
Okay, no, I'm not sharing my slides.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
That's fine.
All right.
Yes, you can start.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, technology promises to be smarter, faster, more connected classroom. We hear about tablets that teach better than teachers, apps that adapt to students, and phones that can unlock knowledge. But here is the uncomfortable truth. The same device meant to improve learning are the very tools destroying students. Their students' focus, attention, and deep understanding. The evidence is clear. A large metadata across 14 countries found that in 36 out of 39 studies, students who used mobile phones more had a lower academic performance, not higher, according to MDPI. Another study of university students showed that 68% were distracted by phones alerts during class, and 21% said that they were extremely distracted, according to ResearchGate. When schools banned their phones,
Okay, Joshua, we can't hear you anymore. Joshua, is it your network? We can't hear you anymore. Are you still there? Okay, it's dropped off. Okay, so I think his network is dropped off. All right, that's fine. Would have the next team present theirs.
Can we go on, man?
Yes, please. You can
Okay.
share your slides here.
Okay, can you see that, man?
Yes, we can.
Okay. All right. Let's start. Imagine a classroom where every student has access to world knowledge at their fingertips, where complex scientific concepts like molecular biology, genetics come alive in 3D animation. Historical events are explored through interactive simulation, and learning becomes an adventure rather than a pervasive task. This is not the future, but it is today's reality. Ladies and gentlemen, judges, mentors, and my fellow mentees, we are Team Momentum. I am Adekunle Kuniyi. With me here, Jumoke Akonde, Anu Oluwapo Egbetade, Soronke Roki. We stand here firmly on the position that technology enhances learning in classroom.
Let me begin with a fact that changed the world. In 2020, when the COVID-19 pandemic shut down the educational system for over 1.6 billion students worldwide, one thing saved the global education at the time. Guess what it was? It was technology. For more emphasis, technology didn't just fill a gap, it opened new doors. Through platforms like Udemy, Google Classroom, and Zoom, learning continued even in the face of a global crisis. Several AI tools, such as ChatGPT, have helped students understand difficult topics instantly. And according to a study by the Computer Technology Industry Association, the world's leading vendor neutral information technology certification and training body, it shows that 9 of 10 students believe that technology in the classroom prepares them for the digital future. This practically shows that technology is a powerful tool for comprehension and lifelong learning.
Thank you. To guide our argument, we present a simple and memorable framework called the Wi-Fi. So to start with that, with the first letter, we go to letter W, word of information. Technology actually gives learners access to verified digital libraries, interactive sections like Daytopia University Tournament, global academic platforms. This does not just increase information, it enhances understanding. Students learn faster, grasp concepts quickly, and also because it helps us to learn pervasive, because education has become explorative. And this is not just a theory, it actually proves reality. For instance, when COVID-19 pandemic shut down schools, learning for over 1.6 billion students were disrupted. UNESCO, the United Nations Education, Scientific and Culture Organization, records that more than 850 million children and youth were severely affected. And the global monitoring shows that 2/3 of learners has no access to education unless digital tools were provided. It was technology that prevented an education blackout. If this is even truly global, what about Nigeria? In a system struggling with overcrowded classroom, insufficient textbooks, and under-resourced laboratory, technology acts as a lifeline. It bridges the gap between rural and urban learners, which gives all children access to quality and enhancing education content. Technology does not merely provide information, it democratize knowledge and equalize opportunity.
Moving to the next framework, interaction, which promotes engagement and participation. Technology makes learning more engaging by keeping students actively involved in lessons. Online quizzes, games, and virtual labs allow students to participate and explore concepts, while collaboration platforms enable teamwork and participation in discussions, even from a distance. Instant feedback from digital tools help students understand mistakes and improve quickly. Importantly, technology encourages participation from all learners, including those who may be shy or studying remotely. According to a UNICEF report, during the COVID-19 pandemic, digital learning platforms significantly increased engagement and interaction among students who were unable to attend physical classrooms. In Nigeria, these tools have helped bridge gaps caused by overcrowded classrooms and limited access to traditional learning resources, ensuring no student is left behind.
Thank you for that, Jumoke. So the next on my list is what the focus problem, which actually addresses the potential distraction. Some might actually argue that technology distracts students, like phones, social media, games. That is a fair concern. But the issue is that technology itself, it's not the real problem. It is how it is being used. Research from the UNICEF, which is the United Nations International Children Emergency Fund, which is now known as the United Nations Children Fund, and also the OECD, which is the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, shows that when digital tools are applied strategically, they enhance focus, engagement, and learning outcome rather than disrupt them. In practice, simple rules make a huge difference. The devices are only used for educative activities, apps are chosen for educative values, and teacher guides digital sessions. With this structure, technology shifts from a potential distraction to a powerful tool's concentration.
Finally, the last framework, which is instruction, enhances better learning and personalized learning. Technology doesn't just benefit students, it empowers teachers. Digital tools help educators deliver clearer explanations, structure learning effectively, and provide personalized support for individual learners. Research from the Brookings Institution shows that interactive digital tools like online quizzes and educational simulations significantly improve student engagement and comprehension, retention, and compared to traditional lecture-based teaching. Consider a typical Nigerian classroom of 50 students. A teacher uses an interactive whiteboard to explain a complex topic, such as chemical bonding. Fast learners can move to online exercises on tablets, while others review step-by-step tutorials or replay videos at their own pace. The teacher can track progress and provide targeted help to those who need it. With technology, teaching becomes efficient, inclusive, and tailored, ensuring that every student benefits regardless of class size or resource limitations. Thank you.
Okay, well done. Because Joshua's team is not here, all you're just going to do is present your points for the banter. Just present your points against the other team, and then you would have your conclusion. Yep.
Sorry, I just came in. My device went off.
All right. Okay, so because of time, we'll just go into the banter straight. Are you both ready? So Joshua, can you start with your points, your banter points?
Okay. So the impact of smartphone usage frequency on university students' academic performance. In 2023, a meta-analysis shows that 45 studies found a statistically significant negative effect of frequent smartphones use, on academic performance, with a correlation of 0.12, 0.12, which means that there is which means that the effect of smartphones in classrooms highly distracts the students in the classroom. The negative impact was stronger when usage involved addictive behaviors or academic multitasking. This supports my argument that smartphone use distracts learners and impairs learning outcomes. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for that point. And it should be noted that according to the Nigerian Tertiary Institution Survey, 76% of students use smartphone for academic purpose, and 86% reported that phone helps them access materials that support lectures, and this indicates that phone are often learning tools rather than distraction. Now, let me now tell you, it is not the technology that serves as a distraction for students to learn in class. It is the misuse of technology that serve as a distraction for students in class. If technologies is leveraged only on educational activities and students do not misuse this learning technologies, I don't think that it will affect their lower grade in class. Thank you.
Okay, so from what you said it is the right use, right? Tell me, in today's world, in classrooms, out of 100%, can you measure how many people with their phones can successfully pay attention to a class? Can you tell me how many students can successfully focus on what the lecturer is teaching without skipping one or two things, scrolling other apps? Can you tell me also, before I continue, smartphones usage and academic distractions in the Nigerian tertiary institution, research conducted at Federal Polytechnic Bida showed that while smartphones were used for communications and study purposes, heavy usage correlated with distraction. So in as much as the right use of it is beneficial, you cannot remove the fact that because it is beneficial, you cannot remove the fact that it also highly distracts people. Once you look at your phone and a message pops in, the next thing you want to do is to open the message and know what it is talking about, and then attention is drifted. There is also the case of academic misconduct. Students frequently use device for chatting, music, entertainment, even while during classrooms. I've been in class in several occasions where students will be called from the back using their phones, using AirPods. Why? Because they were using their phones in class. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Let me now tell you that technology is just like a water. It is essential, transformative, just as water nourishes life despite its potential changes. Technology also enriches education, and it comes with its layer of complexity. Now tell me, can we say because water has its own disadvantage as it has been categorized by the World Health Organization, that it serves as a leading factor that causes death? Does that mean we should not take water essential in the society, or we humans should not take it as a means of our survival again? Definitely not. This is just like technology. Technology, when used effectively, enhance learning, engagement, and comprehension. The fact that technology has some deficiency part doesn't mean that we should neglect the positive side of technology. And it has been revealed based on the study that it has more positive impact rather than the negative. For example, the fact that you are here on this call today, you are using a technological tools. I'm even surprised that you have a slide because it serves as an technological educational tools that we use in order to learn in class. Now tell me, can we say because it has a negative side, should we now eradicate or eliminate it because it has disadvantage, in which the advantage is way more than the disadvantage?
Okay, I still take my stand that there is digital distraction in classrooms. I still take my stand. A cross-sectional study found that students frequently use devices for non-academic purposes, even in class. Even in classrooms, you see people, there are different set of people in school, people doing businesses, people doing other non-academic purposes, even while in class. There is a higher level of distraction, distraction frequency that was directly associated with lower retention. And this is very true. Most people that are addicted to technology, they usually have a lower level of retention, lower class engagement, and even poorer academic outcomes. Also, smartphones addiction in academic performance. Another analysis was carried out and concluded that smartphones addiction significantly reduces academic performance. It highlights that the problem is just the device availability, right? But the problem is not just the device availability, right? But also the excessive and uncontrolled use of it, right? So technology in our classrooms serve as a distraction. It reduces the capacity, the brain capacity of students. Students are not able to think again. The next thing they want to do when they are given assignments these days is to put the topics in ChatGPT. Why? Because they know that technology is available for them, right? So this is my point.
Okay, can we go on? Okay, what happened now is that you're actually trying to prove that technology has done more bad than good. But I want to clear you about something. Distraction occurs whether in a classroom where there is no technological tools or where there is technological tools. But we want you to know that technology itself is not a distraction. It comes from the misuse. Whether there is technological tools or whether there is no technological tools, there will always be a misuse. Now, I want to give you an example. In a classroom where a teacher is talking and lecturing for over 1 hour, explaining the solar system with words and chalk, only drawing on the board. And what happened next? Students struggle to what? To imagine planets and movements. Many of them lose interest because they cannot visualize this lesson. Whereas in a class where there is technological tools and the teacher is explaining with a presentation, with an educational presentation tools, whereby the student can actually see this thing moving, the planet moving, so that they can actually understand better. Can you see now that technological tools will always enhance learning? But in this type of classroom where there is no technological tools, these students, they were unable to what? To factor out things. They were unable to understand things. Even the fast learner among them, they are lost. And the slow learners, they give up listening. So with this my point, I'm actually supporting that technological tools, it has is actually important in the classroom because its benefits outweighs its challenges. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Do you have any concluding statement in 30 seconds? Because again, the banter kind of like flows into the conclusion.
Okay. So technology worsens memory and critical thinking. Taking notes by hand improves memory processing, right? But typing is faster, right? But less effective. Students don't think anymore students don't think anymore. Why? Because they have technology. Using Google for every single question, right, reduces problem solving ability. Technology to us in this day and time distracts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joshua. Closing remarks from the other team. 30 seconds, please.
In conclusion, In conclusion, we have seen technology like water is essential and transformative. Just as water nourishes life, despite its potential changes, technology enriches education. As it has been beautifully remarked by the Chinese leader Confucius, when he said that I hear and I forget, I see and I remember, I do and I understand. Technology gives us the opportunity to see, I remember, to learn, and also to understand. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay. So quick one. Do we have any mentors that want to give feedback to the team, to the groups?
I think I will do that.
Yeah.
I would love to do this. Unfortunately, Joshua's team is not here, so we provided a bit of less competition and less arguments for the opposing team. However, well done everyone for this particular topic. I'm always interested in anything education, and this is a topic that is very, very, very dear to me. You guys made a mention of a lot of things, but I just want to correct Joshua about the use of mobile phones. When it comes to mobile phones, technology in the classroom is more than just the use of mobile phones. I could see that myopic thinking on that particular part. So it might be due to you not having most of your group members, which prevented that kind of brainstorming for you to realize that technology is more than just a mobile phone. Also, the other team, you have said a lot of things, but you had some statistics which are very, very good. But I was expecting a bit of cross-cultural views on technologies used in different countries and how it has been impacted, because you guys are just focused on Nigeria, and you're talking about the population, the classes, and all that, which is very, very valid. But we can't doubt the use of technology in Switzerland, and how it has improved the educational system, and some other countries like that. So you can consider looking at the cross-cultural view. Also, I was expecting a bit of you guys going into stakeholders' perspective of how technology is being used in education. Or like in the olden days where our parents will wait for the end of the year before they get review or do anything about what we're doing in the classroom. Technology has really breached that gap, and you can look at various stakeholders, the parents, the students, and the teachers, how that has been used. And lastly, because of our time, you also need to consider the different level of education and the impact of technology and the outcome of that technology statistically, looking at all those data. Is it more effective in the nursery section or the primary section? Where does it get wrong? Where do we have the tiny line? What about teachers who are not able to effectively use technology? How does that impact their teaching, and how does that impact their learning? All those variables can be put into the debate to make it more in-depth. However, I would say well done to every one of you, and thank you for your efforts.
Yeah, well done, Aditayo. Thank you for that. Yeah, I really, really see everything you said is so valid. And I was really expecting Joshua's team defense to actually come from the ability to even learn how to use technology in the first place. That in itself is a major problem in the industry. Getting people to acquire that skill in itself. It's time consuming, it requires resources as well. So there are points that you can drive that conversation to. Now, let's understand that every topic that has been given to you guys as both, we've done a lot of research ourselves on it. So there are lots of points to defend both sides. There's no one side that is better than the other, if you get what I mean. At the moment now, I don't know about maybe in the next 10 years, it might be different, but as of today, there's a balance to every topic that has been given. And we would have loved you to do more research, like extensive research on your work. I want to commend Joshua for being here. It is a lot for your team to disappear on you, and you still come here to still do what you have done is commendable. Can I say this? That's why I keep telling every team member, don't leave your slide to one person to do it, because it means if that person is not available, it means it grinds or grounds the team to a spot. Yeah, and we can learn from what just happened to Joshua now. If you are struggling in your team, before it gets this bad, please call for help. You can send a message to Dr. Yusuf or myself, and we'll call the team together and have a conversation with you guys. Yeah, Dr. Yusuf, you have your answers.
Yes. Well done to Joshua. I think you've said that. But what I wanted to say was a general thing. I wanted to say that the reason why we keep texting and keep asking questions is so that we can know if there's any issue, and then we can resolve it as early as possible, so that it doesn't come to today and you have the same issues. So, and I'm sure that we reached that a couple of times, and we have a general group, a general leader, I think, that also reaches out to see if everything is okay. So if you're having issues, we expect you to reach out early. We often call team meetings if you have issues with your team, and then we try to resolve it. If it cannot be resolved, there are a lot of things we can do. We can remove team members. We've done that we've even disbanded teams before to put them in different teams. So these are things that we can do to make sure that at the end of the day, the tournament is about you developing yourself. And if you are not in the right environment, the right team, it's a negative for you. It means that you're just coming here, you've not really gotten what you're supposed to get from the tournament. So please reach out early so that we can resolve it, we can address the issue. Another thing I wanted to mention, which I've noticed in some of the, not just this, but some of the other presentations, is that, just quickly because of time, is that try avoiding general statements and opinion. Like, I think Joshua mentioned, students don't think anymore at some point. I'm like, well, I was waiting for you to further express yourself, or say, was there a research that says generally students don't think anymore or something? But try as much as possible to avoid it. You can't say students don't think anymore. It's not a factual statement. It's just your opinion that students don't think anymore. So make sure. And topics like this as well, I was expecting a lot of evidence. I think Mentor Julius also said it. A lot of evidence, examples, different places where things have happened, and bring it to your presentation. Like, okay, this happened here, as a result of that, this and this. So a lot of critical thinking is still needed for the debate. You need to be able to bring research and examples in order to back up your point, not just come and say the reason is because of what you think. Right. The previous one about the regulations as well, a lot of the points also were, emotional and opinion, more about your opinion, that it shouldn't be regulated or be not regulated. Well, try as much as possible to add stats and examples, like critical, important examples to it, so that people can follow what you're saying. But thank you very much, guys.
Like Mentor Julius has said, what are the takes of stakeholders on that view? So it's important for you to first of all understand who are the stakeholders to the stance that you are taking. Can I also say this, just to add to what Dr. Yusuf has said, is when you're giving your own personal review, like something your own personal, based on your own personal experience, something that has happened to you and you have experienced it, you can bring those experiences, but you need to immediately support it with facts as well. So I'm saying that this is what I've experienced, but not only my own experience. This study has also said this article has also said this author has also said this. So you're bringing out points to further support that your own experience. Yeah. Understand that this is a evidence-based platform, an evidence-based presentation. So it's not something that you just cook up and then just bring up. Yeah. All right. Thank you very much, guys. Well done. So quickly, I'm going to go to the next thing. We are 1 hour behind. So that will be Team Crest and Next Generation. Team Crest and Next Generation, are you ready for us? So Team Crest and Next Generation are presenting on, is personality determined more by nature or nurture? Are you guys ready?
Good evening. Good evening, ma'am. Team Crest is here.
Well done. And where's Team Next Generation?
Good evening, ma'am. Team Next Gen, we're ready.
Welcome. Okay, all right. We'll start with Team Crest. You have the floor for your introduction.
Okay, please give me a moment to share my slide.
Yes, you can share your slide.
Can you see my slide? All right. Have you ever wondered what makes you you? Is personality determined more by nature or nurture? Good afternoon, respected judges, ladies and gentlemen. This is Team Press. I'm follower Akindele Idowu. I'm team lead and design director. Also with me are cousin Ibrahim, our research director, Radiat Atanda, our design director, Joel Onasanya, our presentation director. In today's debate, my team and I will be defending the notion that nature influences personality more than nurture. Permit us to turn off our cameras as I pass the mic over to my colleague Rodia. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shane. In today's debate, I understand the natural tendency to support the idea that nurture will be a greater determinant on personality. After all, humans often reject the idea of predetermined outcome, preferring those within our control. But I would ask you, dear listener, to suspend belief and work with me. Meet Taiwo, Kenny, and Idowu. Taiwo, Kenny, and Idowu are monozygotic or identical triplets and are skilled as a bottom. Unfortunately, hard times soon fall upon the family and they are separated at birth. All three are adopted by families of varying socioeconomic status, and for the next 19 years, they lead entirely different lives. By sheer twist of fate, they reunited in college almost 20 years later. Taste and mannerisms that can be brushed away as insignificant. The same taste in food, the same brand of cigarettes, wrestled in secondary school and sign of separation anxiety as children. But Taiwo Kenny and Idowu are not merely fictional identities. This was the reality of Bobby Shafran, David Kellman, and Eddie Gallant in the 1980s. The subject of Peter Nevra and Paula Bernard's highly controversial studies. These triplets lived their formative years unaware of each other, and yet upon reuniting, they exhibited uncannily similar traits. Nurture, unlikely they grew up in starkly different environments. Nature, much more plastic. The word nature is borrowed from the Old French word nature and is derived from the Latin word natural, meaning essential quality, innate disposition, cause of things, natural character, or constitution. On the other hand, personality describes the behavioral, cognitive, and emotional patterns that make up a person's unique adjustment to life. While physical appearance may be identical, such as in the triplets case, personality is the unique characteristics that differentiates one individual from another. Nature is the blueprint by which personality is determined. Nature serves as the canvas and nurture the guiding hand. If your body were to be described as a house, the entire set of blueprints is your DNA and its specific functional instruction, like how to build a wall or wire a room, is a gene. Genes are the fundamental building blocks of heredity in living organisms. Genes determine not just physical appearance but also health, cognition, and mental ability. Life-altering, personality-altering diseases are encoded in nature and handed down through genes and DNA. That is nature. We are not here to reject the idea that nature determines personality. Instead, we will show that nature is the foundation upon which pillar of personality is built, and a greater determinant of personality than nurture. If the bear is labeled aggressive, the rabbit timid, the lion brave, and animal personality are accepted to have been determined by innate tendencies embedded in inherited genes, then why not human? An animal of genus Homo and species Sapien. not have personality largely determined by the natural order. One may argue that animals are weird, nurtured to exhibit such personalities. However, nurture in itself is a natural tendency fueled by hormones that drive us to bond with our children. If nature determines not only personality, but even the art of nurture, then I suggest to you, dear listener, does it not follow that nature has a greater influence on personality? Thank you. I would like to pass on the mic to my opponents to introduce themselves.
Okay, please, permission to share my screen.
Yes, please. You can stop sharing, Tim Crest. Then you can share back later if you want to.
Okay, can we all see my screen? Can we all see my screen?
No, we can't.
Okay, let me try again. Okay, the request has been sent.
You shouldn't be sending requests. Should just be share your screen.
Okay. Let me cancel this thing. Okay. Sorry. This wasn't what I planned for. I planned to share it directly. Okay, so is my screen
It's coming
visible
up now? Your screen is coming up, but we're seeing your WhatsApp.
Okay.
All right, the slide is coming up.
Okay.
Can you make it full screen because it's on?
Yes. Okay. Growing up, Femi and Idris were identical in almost everything. Same parents, same school, same humor. But after Idris moved to live with a disciplined uncle who valued education and structure, he transformed into a more focused, thoughtful, and goal-driven boy. Meanwhile, Femi remained carefree and uninterested in school. Same genes, different environment, different outcomes. If nature was enough, they should have remained alike, but nurture shaped them differently. I am by name Halima Yusuf of Team NextGen, and for clarity, let's brush through the key terms in today's topic. Nature. Sir Francis Galton defined this as hereditary factors. They are biological traits inherited through birth. Nurture, on the other hand, are environments, upbringing, culture, social exposure, experiences, and conditioning we receive throughout life. John Locke also backs this up by describing humans as a tabula rasa, which means blank slates shaped by experiences. When we say personality, what do we mean? According to Gordon Allport, personality is a dynamic organization of psychological systems shaping behavior. From the definition, we can note the word dynamic, which means changing, showing that the meaning of personality itself is nurture dominated. And a number of scholars have also confirmed this, like Aristotle, who said, "We are what we repeatedly do." And Lev Vygotsky, who said, "Through others, we become ourselves." Albert Bandura also said, "Most human behavior are learned observationally." All these confirm the same truth, which is that personality is shaped, thought, influenced, modeled, and modified, not inherited. This is the truth that we Team NextGen have come to prove to you today. We're a team of 4 bright-minded penultimate year students of Federal University Lokoja. I, Halima Yusuf, as the team lead from the Department of Economics, and my teammate, Oyeye Mary, Patrick Philip, and Ibrahim Israel from the Department of Economics, Accounting, and Economics Education, respectively.
In the scripture, Proverbs chapter 22, verse 6 says, train up a child in the way he should go. And in the Quran, chapter 16 and verse 78, Allah brought you out of the mother's womb, knowing nothing. So then, with this, if we know nothing at birth, that means then everything we eventually become, talk of manners, confidence, value, habits, and personality is shaped by our environment. This is Patrick Philip Olaole speaking, and the following keynote, after careful dissection from me and my teammates, will further explain to you what we mean. Now, let's look at family, environment, and childhood upbringing molds early behavior. As we know, the first and strongest influence on personality is the home. Children copy what they see, how parents speak, how they handle stress, and how they treat people. Some might say they copy this from their parents' genes, but no, it is not what they feel they copy, rather, it is what they see. And this has also been proven by the social learning theory, which shows that humans imitate. A child is not born knowing respect, language, courage, or fear. Rather, these are learned through nurturing. Psychologist John Watson once boldly said that he could train any healthy infant to become anything, talk of doctor, lawyer, or even a thief, if given complete control over their upbringing. The same child, different upbringing, different personality. As I move on, I would state that nature is static, but nurture is dynamic. Also, life experiences, socialization, and culture are factors that shapes a person's personality deeply. If personality were mostly nature, then we would remain the same forever. But that is not the case in real life. Trauma, loss, marriage changes people. Mentorship changes people. Success and failure changes personality as well. If nature dominated, then these changes should not be possible, but they happen globally. Now, with Benedict also once said, culture patterns the individuals and molds personality. Culture determines behavior, greetings, respect, discipline, confidence, and emotional expressions are all learned. No gene tells you how to behave in society. Culture teaches it.
Evidences are outstanding across different fields of study, such as psychology, sociology, neuroscience, education, scripture, and real-life experiences. I, Ibrahim Ijoduniya, and my team members stand unshaken on our ground saying that nature provides the raw material, but nurture is the architect that builds the personality.
Thank you very much, guys. Thank you so much. Okay, quickly, we're going to start the banter, the debate. Tim Crest, do you want to start? Please, let's not take too much time talking. Just reply to, give your question or reply to what they've said, and then so that we can quickly move on from there. All right.
All right, as we presented in the example, in an earlier example of the triplets, we can also see the case of nature exhibited in the twins separated at birth. If you consider the Minnesota study of twins reared apart, one of the most famous and comprehensive studies of its kind, initiated in 1979 by psychologist Thomas J. Bouchard and his team. In this research, 100 sets of identical twins were separated early in life and reunited as adults. And the assumption was very simple. Any differences in the twins must be due to environment, while any similarities must be due to genetics, nature. The findings were remarkable, and this study concluded that the identical twins raised in separate environments were in many ways just as similar as identical twins raised together. I believe our opposing team also used an example of the twins raised differently, exhibiting similar traits. I would like them to further explain it, as in all of our research, we noticed that twins raised separately exhibited similar traits, which we believe is an example of nature influencing personality more.
Okay. It occurs to me that our opponents are being one-sided with the research. The Minnesota research you were talking about, you mentioned that changes were due to environment and similarities were due to genes. Am I correct? So
That is
now
correct.
are those so are those changes not part of their personality? Now, in our own research, which will be presented by my teammates later on, you will see that those changes, in the statistical contributions of those changes compared to the similarities is far greater than that of the similarities. From what we ascertained, changes contributed 60% and similarities contributed 40%. And now, from the topic of today's debate, we can note the word more. We didn't say that nature doesn't contribute, nor did they say nature doesn't contribute. But what we are debating on is that what contributes more. From that statistical research that we have gotten, you will see that nurture contributes more. Judith Rich Harris once said, personality is shaped by peers, experiences, and external environment. This means that personality evolves as we grow. School, friendship, heartbreak, trauma, religion, they all carve behavior. If personality were solely genetic, shy people would never become bold. And timid children would always remain timid for life. But that is not reality. Because how come many people become confident after public speaking classes? And how come they become disciplined after joining military school? Or how come they grow resilient after facing challenges? This is none other than because experiences rewires personality continually.
In the what's it called, you brought up, I would like to go back to the Minnesota study of teenage radio part. You said that there was the conclusion was 40% or 40% was due to nature and 60% was due to nurture. Meanwhile, I believe the conclusion was how outgoing you are, such as extroversion, or how prone to anxiety you are, such as neuroticism. It was deciphered that they have a heritability estimate ranging from 40% to 60%. It ranged from 40% to 60%. And obviously, we can see that these scientists deciphered that traits such as extroversion and neuroticism, it's a very high heritability estimate.
I'm just going to give a quick reply to that. 50 uh, shared environments and similar shared environments also contributed 50 to 60%. So now you're comparing 50% and 60%. They both cover the range of 50, but you can see clearly that that of nurture is higher than that of nature. I will call my email to give us a well-structured explanation of this.
Where's the person?
Hello.
All right, don't just continue. Continue. Can you follow her? You can continue.
All right. Okay. So, in response to that, the study was, we would like to point out that those were rough estimates, and we hold true that the heritability estimates were ranging consistently, range from 40% to 60%. Nurture is the effect of aggregate environmental factors on the child. However, even nature determines the degree, the percentage to which a child will respond to nature. I believe many of us have heard of dyslexia. Dyslexia is a learning disorder that makes it harder for a child to learn from written information. According to a journal published on the National Institute of Health, inherited factors are estimated to account for a large amount of dyslexic cases. And at the same time, it was determined that affected individuals attain a much lower educational level and have substantially higher rates of unemployment and psychosocial stress than would be expected for their intelligence. And the interesting part is that 20% of those with dyslexia also presented with ADHD, that is attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, and they also presented with adolescent depressive disorders and exhibited disorders of social behavior. This is an example of how nature can shape one's personality. You can see that in many cases, dyslexic children can be more introverted than their peers. They exhibit disorders of social behavior, according to the research, and also have high attention deficit hyperactive disorder. So I would like to ask you, in cases such as this, where the child is born with an inherited condition, does this not prove that nature, the foundation of the human being nature, is already influencing how nurture is received?
Yes, this is true. But note that nature is our exam question, and nurture is our answers. And when you are writing an exam, what really matters? Is it the question? No, it is the answers you are giving back. Now you talked about education. Well, genes set the potential, yes, but education and exposure determine the real achievement. Yes, a person can be naturally brilliant, a person can get brilliance from genes, but that does not determine that a person who did not cannot become brilliant. Now, talking about mental illnesses, genetics matters, yes, but nurturing, therapy, lifestyle greatly influence outcomes. You also agree with me on this, because you won't tell me that people who were born with mental illness don't undergo therapy and become better. So that means that nurture can also influence the nature that they were born with. Now, what I was expecting my teammates to come up with when he was having network issues was that our answers was gotten from a meta-analysis. Now, what is a meta-analysis? It is a combination of several studies to give out a more refined work, like a more diverse figures, so that the figures you are presenting to us is not just from one study or two studies, but it is across various studies. So our study and our statistical evidence is based on a meta-analysis. I will hand over to my teammate, Philip.
All right, thank you very much, Alima. Now, philosopher John Locke, his tabula rasa, and modern behavioral genetics agree that there is no single gene for traits like confidence or discipline. Now, I would like to ask the opposing team, if personality is inborn, why has no scholar from John Locke to modern genetics ever found a gene that guarantees any behavior?
Now, to answer the question, according to Francis Galton, he was an English. He was an English. He said intelligence is intrinsic. Now, he also wrote a book on hereditary genius. Yeah. In that book, the book was published in 1869. And in that book, he invented and used the method of what we call historiometry. Now, that historiometry, using that method, he collected data, a large amount of data. And what's data about? Data is just simply stating, it's including number of people that are the number of those people that actually vetted great descendants. Now, from there, you can clearly see that Francis Galton actually emphasized intelligence, and he also made a research in a group of people where he said where he discovered that it is better, and there's a high chance that if you are intelligent as a parent, then you're also going to take, you are definitely going to give birth to a child. Now, I would like to put, and this can also serve as evidence that intelligence is genetic. Now, and then intelligence is also what gives us self-confidence. Yeah, when you are intelligent, of course, intelligence have a high correlation with what we call agreeableness and openness. Yeah. When you are intelligent, you are emotionally stable, you are confident, and you know how to handle situations clearly. Now, I also like to pose a question back to you. If intelligence can be nurtured, then why is everyone not intelligent?
Let me answer that.
So please quickly answer why you are answering, then conclude along. Yeah.
Okay, let me quickly answer that before my teammate Phil and Israel come along. Now, I noticed you were talking about intelligence. Your network was a bit shaky. I don't know if it's just me, but I couldn't hear clearly. Now, I didn't argue that intelligence is not genetic. I did not argue. But what I'm saying is that it can be influenced. An intelligent person can can grow up to even not be successful, can grow up to have bad grades. Why? Because he has been influenced by his environment. That is very much possible. A person who was not born intelligent can become intelligent, get higher grades in his exams. Why? Because he was influenced by his environment. I'll hand over to my teammate Patrick.
All right, thank you very much, Alima. Now, a person who is not born intelligent. Now, I would like you to know that intelligence is something that can be nurtured, right? Take, for instance, some years back, I was not a bright student, right? Right from time, I've always been average or below average. I struggle to be top of the class, right? But over time, as I evolved, as I meet with people, even intelligent people, I begin to learn new things. I begin to develop and nurture my intelligence quotient. Right now, in my department, I'm part of the top students in my class. So that's just to tell you a real life scenario that intelligence is something that when nurtured, it can skyrocket. Thank you.
All right, closing remarks from the other team, please. Sorry, Ibrahim, you wanted to say something?
It is worthy of note that we know that everything that has an advantage definitely has disadvantages. If nurturing has disadvantages, nurturing has already gone ahead to prepare remedies through counselors, doctors, mentors, teachers, and psychologists who can reshape undesired exhibited behavior. Personalities like Olosoyinka, who mentored young Nigerian writers, young Nigerian writers, Nelson Mandela, who mentored young South Africans, shaping leaders through guidance and example, Professor Dora Akunyili, who nurtured and mentored women in leadership and public service before her passing. Evidence from scientific research shows that personality is not fixed at birth. It is significantly shaped by environment, experience, and our exposure.
Wait,
Everyone has unique experiences.
I give my closing remark.
I'll be taken by
Okay, before I give my closing remark, let me throw this question to my opponent. Showed that family, society, and environment shapes behavior. Now, if nature is stronger, why do people from supportive environments consistently outperform others? And also, psychologist Eric Erikson explained that personality develops in stages across life due to relationships and experiences. Permanent. Why do shy children, as Erikson, grow into confident adults? Now, real life examples of people who actually show the impact of nurture. Beyonce, she said,
Guys,
was
you need to round
previously
up
a
now. You
naturally
need to
shy
round up now.
out. Beyonce, Emma Watson, and even Barack Obama are people who have proven that nurture can influence a person's personality.
Thank you very much. Yeah, let's have the other team give their closing remarks. Quickly, please, 30 seconds, yeah?
Now, okay, since my opponents seem to not be available for the conclusions, let me leave this final statement.
Sorry, excuse.
Dr. Yusuf.
We are here, please.
Hello,
We are here,
wait.
please.
Okay.
Ibrahim, I think your network is slow, is a bit late. Patrick, Philip, and Israel have given conclusions for you. I think you guys are in the same team, right? All right. Team Next Generation, can you give your closing remarks?
No, Patrick and Israel are from Team Next Gen.
Ah, right. Sorry about that. I thought they were actually from. All right. So let's have your teams. I do apologize about that. I thought they were actually in your team. All right. Let's have your closing remarks.
All right, thank you. The opposing team asked which personality from John Locke to modern psychologists had proposed a valid argument on nature. I would like to point out that Francis Galton, who we mentioned earlier, was actually the one who came up with the whole nature and nurture debate, and his ideas also proved the foundation of behavioral genetics. I would like to remind you that he's the one that believed that intelligence is inherited. And with that, I'd like to pass on to Joel.
So in conclusion, yeah, throughout this debate, we've demonstrated that while nurture plays a vital supporting role in refinement and adaptation, the fundamental architecture of who we are is defined by nature. The stability of temperaments across a lifetime, the powerful correlation seen in separated identical twins, and the heredity statistics all point to one clear conclusion: genetics provide the dominant blueprint for personality. Environment models, but modeling requires something already there to be shaped. You cannot sculpt the house from water. You need the marble first, or you can't build a house without foundation. We are not empty vessels waiting to be filled by experience. We are being born from intrinsic tendencies and unique deposition. Therefore, we firmly maintain that while both forces interact dynamically, personality is determined more by nature than nurture. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you so much. So I think because Alima's network, I don't know if it was late. I think your network it was late or something. Yeah, I don't know what was going on, but it seems like you are behind. You are behind the conversation a little bit. But thank you very much for your contributions from both teams. Thank you very much. I'm just going to call on any mentor that is available to give feedbacks to the team.
All right, I'll just quickly comment on that. Well done, both teams. It was a very, very close call for me.
Yeah.
Because you guys really, really did a good job with the John Locke philosophy and all that. This presentation wouldn't have made sense without you referring to that school of thought. And you guys really, you did well. I really find it hard to really to really critique what you have said, because you had your stats, you had I really want to commend the next generation guys for using real example. And one person, was it Patrick, I was talking about his own experience contextualizing the matter, which is very, very true. I also like the fact that you guys, I don't know, probably you had a meeting to use storytelling at the beginning, and it fits rightly into this kind of a topic. So I'll just give you guys well done. It's a very, very close call for me, and it's very difficult to just see the difference between the two teams. However, the presentation slide will do the justice. In this kind of presentation, which is a world-class event, you need to be very, very careful. We are seeing some WhatsApp messages at the beginning when you were trying to share your screen. It would be nice if we can have someone with a computer to always share the screen, so that it doesn't become we don't get involved into your privacy, if you get what I mean.
Yeah.
So that's very important. Well done, everyone.
Well done, well done. Thank you very much, Mentor Aditayo. Yeah, I think Mentor Aditayo has said it all. In a situation whereby it's this tight or close, I think it all falls down to your presentation. Your presentation slides would then use that to make that decision. But one thing I wanted to say is that fantastic work to the team. Like, oh God, I was impressed by the research. And it was not just one-sided research. I could see that both teams had read almost similar materials. So it was easy for you guys to talk about the same materials from different aspects or from different points, which I really liked. I liked when Alima raised the points using a particular reference, but Fentolu was able to, talk on that article as well, because she had already read the article. She was knowledgeable about it, which was very, very good. Very, very good. So well done, guys. Well done. Well researched. I really liked the presentation. All right. So we're going to, well done. Good job. So we're going to move on to the next team. We're 2 more to go. So we're almost there. We're almost there. Almost there. Okay. So is the next team ready for us? You guys ready?
Yeah.
Well done. Well done. Okay. So we have team Apex and Team Sustainable Restorative, if I got that right. And they'll be presenting on, is it financially better to rent or buy a house? Again, I know this is a conversation that is very, very popular. And I know there's two different sides to the conversation. So I would love to really hear good banters, good evidence being showed in this presentation as well. So it's a very interesting one, and I'm really looking forward to it. All right, can we have Team Apex present their slides and then start their presentation?
Good evening. I'll be sharing my screen now. Like many young people, I also dream of owning a house by 25. But the truth is, most of us never stop to ask why or whether that dream actually makes financial sense. Somewhere along the line, society decided that if you haven't bought a house early, you are already behind. But here is the irony. The one option that actually gives freedom, flexibility, and less financial stress, renting, is the one people rush to dismiss. Good day, moderators, esteemed judges, and my fellow Daytopians. On the topic, is it financially better to rent or buy a house? Team Apex will be presenting the case for renting. I am Adewale Deborah Iyolua, the team lead, and with me today I have Adebanjo Samuel, Adebola Deborah, Adebayo Folua. Before we go too far, let's make sure we understand a few key terms. When we talk about upfront costs, we mean all the one-time payments you make when buying a house, such as legal and agent fees. Recurring costs are the expenses that come back every year, like maintenance and property tax. Ownership risk is basically the financial uncertainty that comes with owning a home. And renting simply means to stay in a place temporarily without tying down a huge amount of money.
When people say buying is better, they often forget the full picture. A home purchase isn't just the price on the sign. It comes with a long chain of hidden compulsory costs. For example, buying a house in Lagos today can cost around 120 million naira, while renting the same property for a year is about 8.7 million naira. The gap is huge and it doesn't stop at the headline price. Upfront costs include legal fees and agency commissions, government approvals, and stamp duties and surveys. Recurring costs add even more. Maintenance and repairs typically run 1 to 2% of property value per year, plus property taxes and development levies of 200 to 500,000 naira annually. Buying a house isn't just owning walls, it's taking on responsibility, risk, and a long-term financial commitment.
Now, when you rent, you are walking away millions upfront, and you are not tied down to months of bureaucracy or ongoing repair bills. That money stays accessible, ready for whenever another opportunity comes next. Perhaps you choose to invest or you save for travel, education, or a business. The point is, it is your choice. Even if you do not invest, having the money available is power in a changing world. Meanwhile, the homeowner's capital is tied up in walls. They are paying maintenance, property levies, and taxes, while their money cannot be redirected quickly. It appears. In short, renting gives you the freedom with your life, while buying locks down both from the very start. The 2008 financial crisis shows that buying a house isn't always the safest choice. During that period of time in the US, prices of houses fell to about 30 to 50%. Many homeowners ended up owing more than their houses were worth. From what seemed like a solid investment, it became a liability. And many of them even lost their homes. Renters, however, were insulated, no massive debts, no tied up assets, and they had the flexibility to adjust as the economy shifted. In Nigeria, this lesson still applies today. Even without widespread mortgages, most people don't buy outrightly. They build their own homes over time. So paying huge sums upfront in a volatile economy is risky. And we can see it in real life today. Many married couples rent houses first while planning and saving to build their own homes gradually. Renting provides flexibility. It reduces the financial pressure and it protects you against unexpected shocks. So the takeaway is simple. When the economy is unpredictable, incomes are unstable, or
or property prices will outpace earnings, renting is not just temporary. It is often the smarter and safer choice. I will hand over to the opposing team for their own introduction now.
Right, teams of sustainable restorative can start presenting now.
Okay, thank you. From ancient time, man has been a rational
Sorry,
being.
where's your slide? Please upload, project your slide.
Okay. Can you see it now?
Yes, we can. Well done.
Okay, thank you. From ancient time, man has been a rational being who strive for a quest of better life, improved livelihood, tranquility, and security. My dear listeners, I would like you to listen to the question that I'm about to ask, ponder over it, digest it, and give me the answer. Will you like to live in a house owned by you, filled with garden of flowers, where life feels comfortable, or reside in a rented apartment where the owner dictates how to live? The organizers, ladies and gentlemen, I am Yunus Anas Ismail, a member of the Sustainable Restorative, and with me are Habib Wali Watanda, Muhammad Taufik Ademola, and Miftahuddin Abdulrakib, as we are here to deliberate on the verdict: is it financially better to buy or rent a house? Going by history, during the Stone Age, history evidenced the economic advantage of renting, as it offers a more tactical and peaceful way of living because war outbreak was rampant. As hunters need to migrate occasionally, and owning a property seems like a burden, especially during war periods, which does not guarantee a static place of settlement. However, as a Yoruba axiom do say, "Baye shinji kama baye," which simply means, as the world is changing, so does the human should be changing. We are currently in a civilized and modernized generation where revolution has changed drastically. And the economic advantage has its benefits, among others. You owning a house has its economic advantage, among others. The first one is budget estimation, as acquiring a house allows a person to estimate his future budget. Let's take for example, you've acquired a house, you've purchased it, it's one in a time. You've purchased it. So you have the peace and you'll be relieved of that, and you have another thing to budget your money on. The second one is accrued savings. Owning a house saves one from series of financial breakers. Let me give you an example. I am far away from home, residing in a rented apartment as I'm a university student, and I have a lot of grievances like water leaking from the roof and what have you. I do tender my grievances to the landlord, but he failed to do what? To meet up with the grievances. And I have to use my own money to fix that. That is accrued saving. I did not have the budget for that accrued saving, but due to me living in a rented apartment, I am what? Using my money, which was not budgeted earlier. So the third one is building real wealth, as purchasing a house allows you to build real wealth as rent increases up to 13% per annum. Yes, let me give you the example. When I rented my apartment, I was paying 100K. That is the first year. Now I'm paying 120,000, and I don't know, in the third year it might even be 200,000. So let me ask you, if I build my own house and I have it, will I pay any other amount? The rent won't be escalating. I'll have my own house, I'll build it, and it will be one in a time instead of me renting it. Thank you.
Oh, okay. All right. Well done. Well done. So we're going to start with the banter now. Again, short questions, short answers, so that we can move fast. All right. Let's start with the first team, which is team Apex.
All right, I would love to take you to the beginning of my opposing
You can
team's
stop. You can stop
introduction,
sharing
where
your
he asked a
screen.
question
Sorry.
about will you love to build a house where you can where you can stay, or you love to rent it. Now, I'd like to
And
take you back to this topic where we are talking about, is it financially better to rent or buy a house? We're talking from the aspect of finance, not from the aspect of emotion. Now, this is where I'll start stating out my points. Here's the first point I would love to make: homeowners risk. I'll be taking the part on risk and lifestyle flexibility. Basically, why renting protects you more than buying. Let's start with the risk homeowners face. When you own a house, every repair is your responsibility, and these repairs are not cheap. For example, plumbing repairs can cost between 120k to 200k. A roofing leak ranges from 250k to 350k, and electrical faults can cost 80k to 150k. But the biggest one is the structural issues like foundation or wall reinforcement, which can go above 600k to 700k. In fact, we have a real case from Lagos where a homeowner paid 700k just to fix a sudden foundation issue after a heavy rainfall. With this, we can conclude that homeowners carry all the high cost risks. That aside, I would love to share a case study about how poor due diligence leads to demolition, flooding, or collapse of home that is bought. The key idea is how buying requires expert check, and failing them leads to huge losses. Here are some facts I would love to share. Some buildings in Nigeria get demolished because they lack government approval or were built on restricted land. Many ready-made estate houses, they develop chronic flooding, structural cracking, poor drainage, hidden electrical risk. In Abuja's Trademore Estate, residents recently protested after severe flooding damaged homes, raised safety fears, and led to inflated service charges. The government even had to declare the area a disaster zone and threatened to demolish those houses. Homeowners were stuck fighting legal battles while tenants could simply relocate. The source of this headline is from The Guardian Nigeria. Buying without due diligence in Nigeria is like aiming in the dark. You might end up with a house that collapses, floods, or gets demolished. Renters simply move away. Permit me to ask my opposing team this question while I give a pause for them to talk. Buying sounds good in theory, but Nigeria isn't theory. Can the opposing team guarantee, not hope, that a buyer won't face title fraud, developer dishonesty, hidden structure problems, or government demolition? And if they can't, why should buying be promoted as safer than renting? Thank you.
Thank you for that point, Mr. Even though you did not introduce yourself, you mentioned in your point that most of the houses are lacking government approval and they are getting demolished. But you do not state that most of those houses getting demolished do not demolish with the owner in it, but they demolish with the tenant in it. Most of those houses that you said does not have maintenance are maintained indirectly by the tenants through their rent increase. A research conducted by the New York report states that there is a 28% increase every year in the rent of New York residents, which means that if you pay, for instance, 1 million this year for rent, next year it is guaranteed that you pay at least 1.4 million for rent the next year. I would not like to ask you a question: that would you choose a housing payment that guarantees your net worth remains zero when a mortgage payment forces you to build equity through principal reduction? That is, will you prefer to continue paying a landlord to continue maintaining his house and building his house, or you prefer to use that money to build your own house to your own comfort? Thank you.
Are you going to reply?
Okay. I actually heard the points from the introduction aspect where the opposing team mentioned living in a house with beautiful flowers and it prefers to live in a house with beautiful flowers than paying rent of something of 100k or 120k at the likes. Okay, so now I would like to bring my own explanation from someone who is a professional and who has over 20 years of experience in finance when it comes to housing, real estate, and the likes. His name is Ramit Seth. Ramit Seth has been a finance professional for the past 20 years in housing, and he has came out after living in most of the richest cities in the United States of America, like in New York City, Los Angeles, Los Angeles, and San Francisco to argue that it is much more preferable to rent a house than even buy a house. And mind you, this man is a multi-millionaire for that for that in that particular fact. He's a multi-millionaire. So for him to come out to state that it is much more in benefit or in advantage to rent a particular house to rent a house than build one. It is to rent a house than build one. It's actually a what? It's actually a lot because number one, it stated a lot of hidden costs that most people in the United States of America do suffer. Okay, for example, now if you look at it, we have the median annual rate of a single family that owns a house in the US to be over $4,000. Now, something of $4,000 in naira is over 7 million naira. And if you bring that particular amount of money down to Nigeria, you can actually use it to even like build a particular property. So he actually felt that it is much more in advantage of a particular person. Do you understand? To rent an apartment and also invest in other things like stock markets, the indices, the metals and the likes like that. Instead of trying to buy a house which is under a lot of hidden costs like property tax, repairs, insurance, mortgage interest, assets fees, down payment opportunity cost, and the likes. So I'll leave my team with this particular question. If they feel buying a house is actually a wise goal, then how would they deal with mortgage rates, inflation, job vulnerability, and unstable economy? Thank you.
Thank you
Okay,
for your
so
point.
the next team can respond and then conclude alongside. Yeah.
All right, I would like to respond to his question. He mentioned that there are a lot of hidden costs involved in purchasing a house. But I would like to analyze that the reason for the hidden cost is the reason for the increase in rent yearly, which occurs yearly, like the 28% increase in rent. Those increase in rent, increase in hidden fees, those hidden fees are particularly hidden in the increase in rent every year. So indirectly, you are the one funding the you are the one funding the hidden fees indirectly, because you are uninformed about the rent, the reason for the rent, because the reason for the rent is always relied on the economy. I would like to give you a list of personalities that have become millionaires according to real estate, but I can't find any one of them who has become a tenant, who has become a millionaire as a result of tenant. We have Barbara Corcoran with a net worth of $100 million. We have Grant Cardone, a net worth of $600 million. We have Mike Ferguson. We have Carl and Mendees, a net worth of $1 million. We have Brian Pineda, a net worth of $10 million. And we have Chad Jackson with a multi-millionaire net worth. Among all these personalities I've seen, you can go online to make research. You cannot find a tenant. You cannot find a multi-million tenant as a result of tenancy to build wealth, but you can only find a millionaire as a result of purchasing homes.
Ladies and gentlemen, when we look beyond short-term profitability and focus on long-term financial well-being, the choice becomes clear. Buying a home is financially smarter than renting. Yes, this is because renting offers mobility and avoid maintenance responsibility, but a steep hidden cost. When you rent, you are financing someone else's wealth. When you buy, you invest in your future. You build equity with every monthly payment. You freeze your principal and interest cost with a fixed rate mortgage when rent increases. Financially, home ownership transforms your largest monthly expense into your most powerful wealth into. It is a false saving plan wrapped in a place to call home. So while renting may be a temporary solution, buying is a long-term strategy for financing security and wealth accumulation. For anyone ready to plant roots for 5 years or more, the numbers don't lie. Buying isn't just an option, it is the optimal financial decision. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. All right. Can we have the concluding part from the
Now,
other team?
now that we've compared the cost and risk, let's zoom out to what truly matters. Your next to 5 years after making this decision. When you rent, the money you're not pouring into land, documentation, or construction becomes capital, and capital creates options. Instead of being trapped inside cement and walls, that money can grow for you. Maybe you put it into treasury bills, mutual funds, or dividend stocks. Maybe you use part of it to start a business or learn a high income skill. And because you're not paying for repairs, taxes, or surprise maintenance, the monthly savings keep compounding. By year 5, you're not just someone who avoided buying, you're someone who has built liquidity, investments, and choices. By year 10, you decide to build or keep growing. Renting gives you that control. And when we look at the bigger picture, renting doesn't just reduce pressure, it unlocks opportunities buying immediately closes. That's why even Ramit Sethi, a multimillionaire and respected voice in the personal finance, chooses to rent because he understands the power of flexibility, liquidity, and investing where money grows faster. So, as financial pressure rises, the smarter choice isn't the one that looks prestigious. It's the one that keeps you stable. The wiser option becomes clear: renting. And for most Nigerian young people, buying simply isn't the strategic one. Let's have our references, and you can connect with us through the QR code. Thank you.
Well done. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I think this is the fun. You guys cracked me up. I laughed all through the presentation. I think this phase of presentation takes like the award of the funniest presentation today. So, and again, it's just funny to see you guys have these conversations. So well done. All right. Please, can we have a mentor give them feedback? Mentor Adebowale, Dr. Yusuf.
I was hoping mentor what's the name again? Sorry.
Read one.
Rector Giwa will be here to just because this is spilled.
I know.
Really, really
He's
long.
here. I know he's going to talk now. He's here now.
I let him talk. Let me just smell. Let him talk. This is spilled. Mentor Giwa, please. The floor is yours if you are available.
What is this? What's this setup now? Eh? Why didn't this? Yeah, very, very interesting topic. I didn't start from the beginning, but I joined when during the rebuttal round, and I enjoyed it. So I think these guys have been able to convince me. I wanted to buy a house actually, but now I'm just going to continue renting. Seems to be a very good financial decision. So, but I wouldn't speak really to the presentations because like I said, I didn't start from the beginning, and I don't want to give comments that would not reflect the overall conversation. Sorry for the background noise. I don't know why people are just making noise. I don't know. Some people are too happy today. So I'm not going to comment on the competition itself, on the presentation, because I didn't start from the beginning. But what I would say regarding the decision to buy or rent is, if you want to make smart decisions, of course, you need to know what's going to be beneficial to you in the present and in the future. There are very good arguments against buying and renting. But one thing that you have to keep in mind is when you decide to buy, you are not just buying and you're actually making a bet against the future, because usually and ideally you see the value of houses increase and people become millionaires by buying properties. So if you buy a house today and then you start paying your mortgages in 5-10 years, the value could have increased by whatever percentage, and when you resell that asset you make good money off it, and you can also pay your debt and still be very financially stable. So it's a very good source of invested by a lot of people that I know. But you could also say, maybe renting is in the interim is something that you want to do if it's cheaper, if it's cheaper than the mortgage that you pay, if you have to also consider interest rate and inflation. But what people would also say is, instead of paying that rent, because the rent you will pay is probably closer to the same amount that you pay in mortgages. So why do I want to keep paying rent? I keep paying rent to someone for a property that would eventually not be mine. I'd rather spend that money to pay mortgage for a property that would be mine eventually anyway. So it's a conversation you need to have. If you have the financial capacity, I know most people will tell you to just buy because if you go to, let's say, the US or the UK or whatever, average, depending on the kind of house you want, but the if you buy a two-bedroom, you probably would pay on the average, let's say $2,000 a month for rent. And if you're paying $2,000 for rent on a monthly basis, your mortgage is about the same thing too. The way the mortgages work, they spread over like 30, 40 years, depending on your age and depending on your financial capacity. So when you spread that payment for like 30 years, you're able to save enough money and you're able to bring down your mortgage fees. The interest rates are not really crazy. They are usually maybe around 2-3%. I mean, depending on the financial institution. So they're not really crazy. When you look at your annualized payment for mortgage, is usually around the same thing that you pay as rent. So the question you want to ask yourself is, do I want to pay this money as rent for a property that will never be mine? Or would I pay this same amount for a property that would be mine? And if I keep making this payment in future, if I buy the house for 500K today, and my mortgage payment is for 30 years, for example. In 10 years, if I decide that, you know what, I want to sell off this property, I could sell for like 700K, 800K, whatever. And when you take out the mortgage payments you've made, you probably will make like 400K on that apartment, on that property itself. So if you want to make very good long-term financial decision, it's something you need to consider if you have the means. But if you want to build current liquidity, if liquidity is your challenge and you want to just quickly build liquidity in the interim and then plan to buy a house in the future, of course you can consider renting if it's cheaper and then build your current liquidity. But for long-term planning, owning a property is just the way to go. So thank you guys for the presentation. I wish you
Yeah.
guys all the best.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mentor Rickman. Well done, guys. Can I just please appreciate Team Apex? I love your slides. I don't know, it was simple, but yet we had a lot of engagement. The slide itself was engaging. Team Byro, please, your slide needs work. It was wordy. It was, I don't know, it was dull as well. I know you used green. Green is a vibrant color, but also if not well used, it could, I don't know. Dr. Yusuf, you have your
Yes, thank you very much. I want to say this this is a very interesting topic, and I'm glad you guys did justice to it. To be honest, most points were raised with regards to the topic, and there's a lot of times there's usually no final answer to it. And the reason I've said that is because people's circumstances are different. So sometimes the phase you are in your life might be rent might be better, or sometimes buying a house might just be better. So that's why we've put it to just financial, because when you consider a lot of factors, then it tilts towards one side. But I want to focus on the presentation. The first thing is the difference between the slides. Come on, it's way too different. Like
way
the
different.
way the quality of the slides, I don't know why Bayero brought that kind of slide. I could even the sentences were, some parts were white, some parts were, and I couldn't even properly read it and wordy. But when you compare it to Apex, it was a lot better. So try as much as possible. You know that the team you are going to be competing against are going to bring their A game. So just try as much as possible to also bring it in all areas. We don't just judge based on, you don't just prepare on one thing that, okay, we are ready for the rebooters or we're ready to bring points. You also need to try to earn points from everywhere and every means. One thing I wanted to say about Team Apex, try as much as well. I know the rebooters are like, you're thinking you're thinking of your feet or something, but try as much as possible not to use a lot of fillers. I think Fee was trying to think of his words, so he was using a lot of and it was really distracting me from really getting his point. So try as much as possible I think with practice, to be honest, you might be better when you are thinking on the spot, so to avoid a lot of it was a lot. Usually when it's not that much, I would understand, but this one was quite much. Also, when you're presenting in this kind of platforms like this, try as much as possible to use words that don't say 100K. It's okay to say 100,000. Which one is 100K? I'm like, it's too informal. So try as much as possible. 100,000 is fine. The introduction wasn't that great from Bayera as well because you shared your experience, but you didn't really explain in terms of, okay, what is costing it? Okay, yeah, my rent increased from this thing. You didn't refer to any stats at that point. Although during the reporters, I know you guys eventually talked about inflation and I think you shared some stats that 28% of rent increase every year. But try as much as possible when you share personal experiences, make sure that it's not enough to just say my rent has increased. You have to be able to tell us why it has increased, what's the percentage, what's the data around it. But well done to both teams. You made the topic really interesting and fun, and I laughed as well. So well done.
Yeah, well done, guys. I personally, me, I want to live in a garden of flowers. So anywhere that there's garden of flowers, I want to be there. So yeah, like I said, it was a very interesting one. To be honest, Bayero would have been a good competition for Apex, if not for their slide. So again, you see the way you could lose points if you are not prepared in all aspects. You are being judged not just on your ability to communicate or your ability to present your points, but also on the fact that you are able to showcase your ability to create creative slides as well. So I just keep that in mind next time. Okay, well done, guys. All right, we'll go to the final team. So this is the final one. We are almost there. We're done, and then we're dusted, and then we'll present the scores at the end of the day. All right, so we have team Redeemers and team Vanguard. That's University of Ilorin. So team Redeemers and team Vanguard, and they would be talking on should universities favor traditional exams over written exams. Do we have Redeemers here?
Yes, ma, we do.
Excellent. And University of Ilorin as team Vanguard.
Yes, ma, we are here, ma.
All right. So we'll have Redeemers start, and then University of Ilorin can take over. You can present your slides now.
Ma, can you see our screen, ma?
Yes, but it just went blank now. Okay, it's loading. Still loading. It's just a white blank screen.
Yes, ma, we are working on it, ma.
All right, that's fine.
I think it's network. Yeah. Ma, how about now?
It's still just a white screen.
Okay. So this one on our side here.
I would have helped you project it, but apparently you guys did not send your slide as well. So.
Apologies, man. Trying to get it up.
Okay, should we have Team Vanguard present first, then while you're trying to sort that out?
Yes, ma'am. We appreciate that, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
All right, Team Vanguard, let's have you first.
All right, thank you very much, ma'am.
Yeah, you can share your slide now.
Okay.
Yes. Excellent.
Distinguished judges, our opponents, and fellow students. Good evening, everyone. Today, in the era of artificial intelligence, contract writers, and paraphrasing tools, one major question arises. If the purpose of earning a degree is for career advancement and personal growth, how then can we measure academic excellence when we can no longer tell the difference between someone who genuinely worked for the degree and someone who found a smarter shortcut? I am Amzat Adedayo Abdullahi by name, the team lead for Team Vanguard, and with me are Ibrahim Koribat, Akintola Alice, and Salaudin Arafat. Today, we stand firmly in support of the motion that universities should favor traditional exams over written assessment. Why? Because in the world where there's a very thin line between genuine effort and manufactured excellence, the only assessment that truly tests knowledge and independent thinking is the supervised time-bound traditional exam. I'll be giving a very short story based on the illustration I have on my slide. So here is it. Last week, we had a class which all assumed is going to end with a test. So even before the lecturer came in, many of us were already flipping through the pages of our notes to try and get a very good idea as to what has been taught during the course of the entire courses. When the lecturer came in, he asked a very smart and very short question. He said, "Which one do we prefer? A group work or a test?" Majority of my classmates echoed test. So now, sorry, majority of my classmates, they echoed the group work. Now, in this context, the group work is likened to the written assessment, while the test is more like a traditional exam. Now, the reason is not far-fetched. If we are going to be sincere with ourselves, we all know why this happened or why my classmates picked the group work, which is written assessment, over the test, which is likened to traditional exam. We've seen this play out repeatedly. Written assessment was chosen by a majority of my classmates because, unlike the traditional exams, where supervision forces you to rely on what is already in your head, these written assessments are easier to manipulate because with digital technology already on ground, you can easily source for information around the globe to fit into whatever assessment has been given to you. Now, what is the traditional assessment on a broader view? Traditional assessment or traditional exams rather are structured, monitored assessments which are designed to evaluate comprehension, analytical reasoning, and problem-solving ability. Written assessment, on the other hand, often takes the form of home essay, project, report, though they are kind of valuable, but they cannot always guarantee the authenticity of a student's work.
Yes, written assessment cannot always guarantee the authenticity of a student's work. And here are some points to support this claim. Written assessment. Cheating is prohibited and minimized in traditional exams. Because students are aware of this constraint, they become conscious and avoid any form of misconduct. This creates genuine hunger for learning in them, and it pushes them to understand this concept beyond finding a shortcut. Secondly, traditional exam cultivate the skill of thinking under pressure, and this is a needed skill for real-world application. In this assessment, students encounter questions they have not seen before, and it forces them to think critically. They analyze these problems and apply knowledge creatively. For example, a medical student sitting for a clinical exam must think quickly when confronted with an unfamiliar patient case. This builds the student's ability to reason under time constraints and the capacity to make sound decisions in high-stakes situations. And apart from this, traditional examinations also provides a more benchmark of academic integrity. And this authenticity is vital in fields where life and well-being depend on genuine expertise. A student who passes a rigorous invigilated exam has shown the ability to diagnose and treat patients independently. But for written assessment, this is not possible.
Now, these written assessments are based on these filters. When you look at our screen, I'm going to see something like no time constraints, in the sense that when students are kind of familiar, or they familiarize themselves with written assessment, there's an increased likelihood for procrastination, because they feel like, okay, the deadline for submission of my group work or my assignment is in 2 weeks' time. I can do it maybe like 1 day to submission of this exam. This in turn give rise to poor management, and poor management
Written assessment also leads to integrity issues. With help of online sources, students plagiarize by copying the intellectual property of someone else, and they refine it in a way that it makes it sound like their idea. However, they may not even make effort of summarizing it in their own words. In most cases, they copy and paste directly because they believe that the way the source has said it is the only best way it can be said. Lastly, written assessment allows students to depend on AI-generated content. And this way, I'll be handing over to my opponent. Thank you.
Okay, Redeemers, are you ready?
So yes, ma'am, we're done with our introduction part, ma'am.
Thank you. You can stop sharing now. Redeemers, you can start sharing your slide. Yes, it's up now.
Okay. Can we start now?
Oh, yeah, start, sir. You can start.
Okay, ma'am, we're about to start, ma'am.
That's what I said. I said you can start.
Ma'am, can we start?
Please go ahead.
All right. Consider Alex, a recent mechanical engineering graduate, a student who did everything the system asked of him. Straight A's in every exam, perfect recall of every formula, every definition, every past question. By the standard of traditional assessments, Alex is the model student, the kind any university would proudly showcase. Yet, 6 months into his first real engineering job, Alex struggles. He cannot diagnose a basic component failure. He cannot produce a coherent stress report. And when faced with an unfamiliar problem, he freezes. That is the kind of system you just heard your position defend. Good day, distinguished judges, respected mentors, and fellow Daytopians. I am Wuzudomi Michael, team lead for Team Redeemers. And with me are my brilliant teammates, Alabi Uluwadamilola, Akinola Mushopefulua, and Ubuchi Blossom. Together, we rise today to oppose the motion that universities should favor traditional exams over written assessments. Traditional exams don't just dish out F9s to people, they fail students in practice as well. How so? One, they measure memory and speed, not skill or understanding. Students cram to pass, dump everything on paper, and forget it in 72 hours. We all know this, and yet we pretend it's evaluation. Traditional exams reward fast writers and short-term memorizers, not deep thinkers or trillionaires. Two, a single moment decides months, even years of work. One high pressure hour determines the student's entire academic destiny. One bad day, maybe a fever, anxiety, fatigue from reading all night, or even noise in the hall can erase an entire semester of effort. No serious institution should design its assessments this way. Three, traditional exams juggling coursework and infant and being judged on how fast she writes in one silent room. That system is blind to real human and inequality problem. Four, traditional exams do not prepare students for no employer hires you for the work formula you crammed. They hire you for what you can produce, compete, and create with others. In fact, if the real world worked the way traditional exam works, this very Daytopia debate could have been a 1 hour 60 question CBT, not a test of teamwork, research, or critical thinking. But it isn't so, because real life doesn't operate that way. If you are still holding on to doubt, Dami is here to show you the receipts.
Thank you, Michael. The flaws of the traditional exam are clear, but let us examine the evidence because numbers do not tell lies. In a 2023 national survey across 12 universities, 82% of students admitted they cram for exams and forget after. This is not laziness. This is because the system insensitized forgetting immediately after assessment. This dysfunction has a scientific name, which is the Ebbinghaus forgetting curve. This shows that without application, students forget over 50% of new knowledge within an hour and 70% within 24 hours. This implies that traditional exams certify knowledge with a 24 to 72 hours shelf life. My question is, are we now measuring short-term memory and not understanding? Finally, what do employers demand? Definitely not recall. The World Economic Forum shows that 75% of long-term job success depends on analytical reasoning, clear communication, collaboration, and creative problem solving, while technical knowledge accounts for just 25%. Traditional exams assess only the 25%, leaving graduates 75% unprepared. Local evidence reinforces this. On September 30th, Business Day reported that 65% of Nigerian employers say graduates lack work-ready skills like initiative, strategic thinking, and teamwork. The traditional exam fails here at home just as it does globally. Ade's reality humanizing this evidence. And when you combine all the reality, the forgetting, the cramming, the mismatch with real world skills, it's clear why students like Ade, like you, like me, are stressed, overwhelmed, and undervalued. We give our all, working tirelessly all semester, attending lectures, sacrificing sleep, only to be measured by a system that rewards memory and not mastery. Ladies and gentlemen, today we see our days exhausted, anxious, weighed down by a system that fails to reward efforts. But imagine a day in a system that tracks learning over time, values, insights, and many more, that prepares them for life beyond the classroom. This is the outcome we must defend for every student, and it is written assessments, not traditional exams, that makes it possible. Thank you.
Yeah, so you can start the banters now. Ridima, you can start.
All right. Okay. So my opponent mentioned that how can we measure excellence between someone who use exams by someone who use examination shortcuts? Okay. To answer that, I'll say this. Cheating is not a characteristic of only written assessments. It's something that actually occurs in traditional exams as well. Why do you think during high stakes exams, people pass around microchips? They pass around, they whisper, and they send notes amongst each other. Do you think that is something that is only unique to written assessments? And by the way, for written there are apps such as Turnitin, Grammarly. They help to check key ability of the student. They have to know whether the student actually used AI or maybe they did it by themselves. So I pose this question to you. You said that genuine effort, independent thinking can only be measured under a high pressure environment where there's time constraints. What do you think would happen with a neurodivergent student who cannot collect his thoughts in such a situation? Are they doomed?
All right. I like that our opponents acknowledge that cheating is not mutually exclusive. On our side of the house, let's weigh cheating on both sides of the house. On our side, everyone see it as risky and it's easily detectable and is limited. On their side of the house, AI is always malfunctioning. It is not risky on their end because a lot of students bypass all of these structures to go through cheating, and it is more fledged on their side than on our side because students know that when they are caught on our end, they get to fail that course or they get to not go to school. On the second question, you asked that can you try to repeat that question?
Yes, I said for a neurodivergent student who cannot collect his thoughts under such a high pressure environment, are they doomed? What does this system that you're advocating for, how does it provide for them? A student that is dyslexic, for example, what should he do?
All right, thank you for that. I think our opponents are trying to look through university education without looking at the learning format or the examination format. I think learning format differs in a lot of universities. Learning format differs. You cannot compare learning format in universities in Nigeria with learning format in universities in California. So you think that when you say that neurodivergent students should not do exams because they are always anxious or anything. That means you are not preparing them for the real world of having to go for interviews even after submitting cover letters. So I think we are able to answer that correctly because in a world where there are different learning formats, I don't think that position of you saying that neurodivergent students are taken aside is standing. So our question for you, you know that given that students have different background, don't you think that students with unstable or maybe poor background are disadvantaged by what your case seems to achieve? Because if I'm from a poor family that I cannot even access the internet or that a lot of things are happening with me, I can't do assignments at home, how do you think that your system is not unfair to such students that cannot sit in a quiet place to do the exam or that cannot sit in a stable family to do the exam? That's the first one. Then the second one, if you cannot guarantee authenticity at the very least, which is your best case scenario, how would you rather want to work with someone that is not authentic with measuring their ability? That's the second question. Then the third question, you are trying to tell us that our side is very bad. We have best case scenarios, you have best case scenarios, and we've taken you your best case scenarios. What can your own side of the house measure that a well-designed exam question and system cannot? What can we do that a well-designed exam structure cannot do? So your answers. All right. Thank you so much for that question. First, I would like to put to you that a controlled environment may prevent cheating, but the question is, does it actually guarantee understanding? Supervision does not equal learning. It doesn't give equal learning. Also, you made mention that a student from a poor background having access to internet. Well, I would like to say thank God for the century we are in. We're in the 21st century where the internet is easily available by anyone. Just as how you have to go the extra mile to prepare for your academic or your traditional exams, we now have cyber cafes and so many lot options that can be explored by such students. And that can be explored by such students. You also made mention that traditional exams test the real world stress and deadlines, simulating how they can deal with real world. But I'll have you know that in the real world, what really matters is sustained project management and resource utilization, not isolated closed book recalls. The exam strips the students of the resources and collaboration that define modern work, testing anxiety tolerance and not professional competence.
Then you asked, what can we measure that a well-designed exam cannot? Plenty. A well-designed exam can measure recall to some extent. It can measure problem solving under time pressure to some extent, but it cannot measure some things such as long-term project management and research skills. It cannot measure things like communication and report writing. It cannot measure collaboration and teamwork. In fact, these things are directly shunned by the system you're advocating for. It cannot measure real-world application of theory, can it? In other words, exams measure memory, written assessments, and written assessment measurability. So when you ask that what can't an exam measure, the answer is the very skills that make a graduate employable, confident, and competent in real world situations. I'll ask you this. If memory alone defined competence, why are CEOs, engineers, and accountants that are valued for problem solving, communication, and judgment? Why are these things? Why is it that none of these things an exam can reliably measure them?
So, I saw that we are supposed to round up now. Should we respond or should we round up just like they have said?
Yeah, so respond to them and then round up. Yep.
All right. So I think the problem with the side of opponents is that they are not seeing is in the real world. I think let's measure anxiety over anxiety. Anxiety that you have deadline, anxiety of perfectionism, anxiety that you are in a comfort zone against the anxiety of having to test real world. Imagine a doctor that you want to meet tomorrow because the doctor is very good in research, or because the doctor is someone that he has to do research before he responds to your problem. Emergencies, a lot of things that anxiety build you to do, a lot of things that anxiety build you to be able to do, you are not able to do that because you don't learn with exams, with this kind of exam that you are making a case for on our side of the house.
In conclusion, who is concluding for the team? Ibrahim, who is concluding for your team?
Are we concluding or redeemers are concluding?
No, start the conclusion first. Since you finished the
All right.
start the conclusion.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think members have given us reasons to step back and reflect on the world we are living in today. A world where education is changing faster than ever before. A world where 85% of students use mobile devices to study. 92% of students incorporate AI tools in their studies. 88% of students because AI tools for assessments. 82% of university lecturers are worried students rely too heavily on AI. References duly provided. It's about choosing a better understanding, but doesn't guarantee originality. Instead, the question should be, which method shows understanding, still protects originality, care, true individuality? The answer is clear, traditional example. Most times, AI kicks or assessment. They how to partner with AI. And what is business assessment? Not intelligence proficiency. Lawyers, social analysts, and the strength place for all of this. I don't trust a lot of staff open up their phones to attend to it. So financial advisors cannot compete. Competence is the traditional so that
Somebody should take over from her. You can see that we're not hearing her.
all right. Yeah, not
All right.
okay. I'm so sorry.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Team Vanguard.
I need something that is more fundamental to education. How do we know what students actually know? How do we know if lecturers are taught well? And how ready for the professional world? Just like say that so cover letter. How do we know what cover letter that on access media professional work. And that I think is not
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you.
that you are going to pass.
Team Vanguard, thank you very much. Okay, because we can't hear you, so there's no point. Team Redeemers, can you conclude as well?
Applications in a way that students are able to see diverse method of answering questions. So if you ask the crime to enter exam and you still pass, I think that's a failure of educational system, not on the structure of the exam. Still manageable compared to what you have on the outside of how to things that have to do with everything. We can see that we've shown you other ways that students can go about all of these things. Then another thing, we've been able to show you how real work is not mutually exclusive at all. On our side of the house, we prepare you for real work of a man having to do prayers in work of having to with other people and write the exam. So anything that you say that students will fail the exam because they are period or anything, I think it is faulty because students will not fail the exam because that means make us students passing exam. We have that exam is not single unit of thing that's in the past. So it means that questioning the exam on what is best education to do better as professionals on what lecturers are able to see to well and that they are taking with a lot of training that is more comfortable, not comfortable.
Okay, Ibrahim, can you stop sharing the slide? Thank you. All right, team Redeemers, please, 30 seconds, conclude.
Right, ma'am. A lot has been heard and said this evening. We have pushed, pulled, questioned, and clarified. But now, in this final minutes, I want us to take a step back, not as competitors, not as teams, but as people who will one day shape the future of learning in this country. Because whether we realize it or not, what we defend today will become what we inherit tomorrow. What does it truly mean to learn? Albert Einstein, one of the greatest minds of the 20th century, captured it perfectly when he said, education is not the learning of facts, but the training of the mind to think. This is exactly why we propose Learn, a framework for real education that goes beyond rote recall and superficial exams. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, presenters. I
To
just
continue, L goes
Okay, you're
lifelong
not done.
skill. Because education should produce ability that lasts a lifetime, not knowledge that expires the moment the exam ends. Equity. Because fairness demands we assess thinking, not privilege, pressure, or who can afford the best cramming shortcut. Application. Because a student who can apply knowledge is more valuable to the society than one who can merely repeat it. Readiness. Because employers don't hire memory, the higher judgment, clarity and adaptability, and problem solving. And nurture, because university should nurture curiosity, confidence, and intellect, not anxiety, fear, last-minute survival tactics. Thank you.
Thank you. Akinola and Blossom, are you not in the same team?
If this debate does anything, let it remind us that we have the power, the responsibility, and the duty to shape an educational system worthy of the mind it serves. So I reiterate, we, Team Redeemers, unequivocally and vehemently oppose the motion that universities should favor traditional exams over recent assessments. Thank you.
Wait, I'm sorry. Are you guys not all in the same team? Blossom, Akinola, are you not in the same team? Can you guys hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you all in the same team?
Yes, ma'am.
Then the transitioning is really bad. It's really bad. Because when Akinola finished, I thought that was the end. It's important that you transition in such a way that it's smooth transitioning. We will know that the next person, somebody else is still talking. So I think you need to work on your transitioning between your team. Yeah, please do work on that. Can I also just say, Team Vanguard? Team Vanguard?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, ma'am.
Yeah, so because we said assign people to take sections or part of your work, does that mean that when somebody is definitely struggling, we couldn't even hear Arafat, we couldn't hear anything she has said, nobody else could jump in and cover in for her? You allowed it to go on and on and on without us even hearing. I didn't hear, I don't know, maybe it's just from my hand, but I couldn't hear one thing that she has said. And I kept on saying that, can somebody take over from her? You should have a team, what is it called, where you guys chat and communicate. When you are presenting, everybody should keep their eyes on that chat so that you can communicate if somebody is not doing the right thing, or if somebody is, at least be aware of what is going on. I don't know, because somebody else should have just taken over. Our network was bad, which is okay. We wouldn't, like we said, we would not, you wouldn't lose marks based on network issues. We understand that network is still something that, and it even happens in the best of the place. Even here, sometimes the network is just bad here. And we do understand that. But what you lose marks on is when somebody keeps talking and we can't hear them because they've got network issues and no one can jump into that conversation to cover up for that person. You're a team and you should know when to come in. I even kept on saying, can somebody cover up for her or come in for her? No one said anything within the team. The other thing I was going to say was to Team Redeemers. You guys had a very good slide, but we didn't see them. You didn't showcase the slides. So how do we grade you on something that you didn't present on? How do we grade that? How could you have put in so much effort to work on your slides like that and you didn't get the opportunity to really showcase it? You are presenting, no one in the team knew that there was no slide presenting. I don't understand how that happened. I don't understand. Somebody should, are you all in the same place? Somebody should have noticed that the slide there was nothing showing. We didn't see anything. And by the time Blossom joined back, it was towards the end of the presentation. And I could see, and you didn't even, if you had sent it, that's why we say send the slides 24 hours before. That way I would have naturally just jumped in and shared the presentation on your behalf. But I don't know, some people just decided not to send their slides. It's clearly written in the handbook, but obviously we don't read. We don't read. All right. I'm not happy at all because you guys had good slides. Both teams had very good slides. And you had strong presenters. I was expecting so much from you guys. Okay, so I'm going to call on the mentors to give you feedback.
All right, thank you, Dr. Jumi. You've given most of the feedback that we wanted to give because the presentation was a bit the transition, everything, the slides. At a point, I was confused that which team is making points. But anyways, I'll just give a general feedback on this very, very interesting topic. It's very, very important that you guys note that the assumption of traditional exams should be clearly stated in your presentation and in different contexts. Because I was expecting that you'll give us what a traditional exam means in different contexts. For example, some traditional exam could be providing case studies or scenarios during time condition and for people to deliver. It could be a project during time condition, which can also be effective for employability like the other team had said. So the traditional exams in various contexts should be clear so that we understand where you're coming from. That being said, the fact that some of you, some of the traditional exam didn't explore the opportunities of how we can make traditional exams better, it's very important that you take note of that. You should explore, part of the presentation should have how we can make the same traditional exam or written assessment better by looking at how you're providing solution in your presentation, you are providing suggestion. That has to do with where you're coming from. If the traditional the assumptions in your own traditional exam has been clearly stated, it gives you the foundation to be able to explore how we can make it better and how they can meet in the middle. So with that being said, I will leave it at that because I was expecting you to look at countries like Iceland, Germany, Norway, what they are doing in the educational system, compare that to back home in Nigeria and how our educational system has propelled some of our bright minds to the world, and compare what they did then to what they do now to see how that has changed, and look at the current trend of, for those of you that did, what's it called? The assessment, the written assessment, you look at the impact of AI, you're looking at the impact, how Google Scholar, some of you mentioned Grammarly and all the rest, all well and done, but you did not evaluate what are the methods to make it better, what will make it not work, what will make it, what are the impediments, and so on and so forth. Without wasting much of our time, well done everyone, and let's please take those feedback not as a personal attack, but to work to deliver a better presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mentor Adetayo. Thank you. Your contributions are always, always very appreciated. Thank you for your time as well. So thank you very much to all the presenters. You guys have done well. The fact that this is the first phase of the presentation and you guys have brought in this much work, I do appreciate that part. But can I just say this generally to every team member? I feel like criticality is lacking generally. I think it's only a couple of teams that have really been able to really delve critically into the context of the concept that you guys have been given. And I think that you guys could do better in terms of criticality, and also don't give, it's important that you do a comparative analysis when you are presenting your work. It's very, very important that you showcase your ability to, research not just within a particular context, but broadly as well. Compare data, let us know what is happening. And that's why if you look at the debate topics, we didn't say Nigeria in those debate topics. It's a very open-ended topic, which means that we wanted room for you guys to showcase that comparative analysis in your presentation, which I think was generally lacking in everybody's presentation. Aside that, some teams were able to at least show good skills in terms of their PowerPoint slides, which I find very interesting. Some teams did the bare minimum, which again, you guys can learn now. You can see it's just going to get better because now you guys have an idea what it's like. We're not here to play. You know that next week is going to be much more intense. It's going to be big ups on how things are going to go. So Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Can I also just thank all mentors that have been here, to all the mentors that have supported us, that have sent, all the grades have been sent in, so which is absolutely fantastic, absolutely good. And to be honest, I'm looking forward to what the score points would be like. I'm really looking forward to it. I don't want to hold anybody back because we are late already. So what I'm going to do is, I think if Dr. Yusuf agrees with me, we're going to end the conversation now, and then the grades will be posted on the Daytopia group. Naturally, we would announce the results here, but and then we have some team members that have dropped out already, so it will be unfair on them. But we'll post the grades and the results in the WhatsApp channel. If you're not there, please do join. But a big thank you to everyone that has presented today. Next week is going to be slightly different because now it's going to be, you're still going to be competing against different teams. We're going to randomly allocate you to a team again, but this time around, you're going to complete your 15 minutes presentation while the other team will complete their 15 minutes presentation. And then we'll give feedbacks to you both on that, on the presentation that you have presented. Next week is the video review. So I find that's going to be very, very interesting. Please do come in with your creativeness, come in with excitement, come in with different ideas in terms of what can help with regards to audience engagement. The audience engagement generally for today is a bit low, but you guys can do better. I think the two teams that got the kind of highest audience engagement were the teams in Garden of Flowers. But yeah, audience engagement is a bit low, so please do make sure that you work on increasing that. Think about what can we do to increase audience engagement? How can we carry our audience along? How can we make people stay glued to our presentation and not get distracted because of, so that's what we want to see next week. Dr. Yusuf, do you have any final remarks?
Well, thank you very much. I want to tell you, you've thanked the mentors already, but I want to emphasize again, I want to thank the mentors for their time. They don't have to be here, but they decided to, stay with us and, help us with this. So thank you so much for the mentors. Thank you, Mentor Julius, Mentor Ridwan, that came to Nigeria today and still joined in immediately after dropping his bags, right? So it shows how very invested they are. Mentor Julius as well was very busy today, but decided to join us. So same with Mentor Celestine and all the other mentors, Mentor Showroom, Mentor Kolawole, and everyone that has joined us today. So thank you so much, mentors. And thank you so much to all the presenters. I'm sure you guys must have worked hard to come to today's presentation. You've gotten some feedbacks, but we'll also share more feedbacks with you so that you can take from this presentation. And I believe, the first phase is usually like this, like low scores and stuff. But I believe as you gradually move into the next phases, I'm sure, you adjust a lot of things, the slides, the presentation, the way you deliver your presentation as well. But this is the only debate phase. This is the only debate phase. So the rest will just be presentations. It will still be against, obviously, but the rest will just be presentations. So make sure you put in the quality there, and we'll share the feedbacks and the results as well shortly on the group. Wishing you guys good luck with the other phases as well. But thank you so much, guys, for your effort today. I'll see you next week.
Thank you very much, guys. Do have a lovely rest of the weekend.